for bed at a regular time is one of the most important habits you can learn.
Who you gonna call?
Jason was my son, and today is his birthday.
Oh, Lori, scared another one away.
What's your favorite scary movie?
Sorry, Jack. Chucky's back.
We are counselors at Hackett's Quarry Summer Camp. There is a swarm of bears.
You're gonna need a bigger boat.
I'm your boyfriend now, Nancy.
Most people are so ungrateful to be alive, but not you.
It's showtime.
Hello, and welcome back to another fabulous and wonderful episode of the Scream Stream. Now, we are on episode 46, and we're continuing off with where we left off last week on episode 45 with the fall of the House of Ushers. But we're doing episode 5 through 8. So I suggest, if you haven't seen the first half of this podcast, please go check that out. Like, seriously, go check it out. You get my input and my breakdown and everything of the first 4 episodes. Highly recommend it, because those were some really good episodes, especially episode 2. I love episode 2. You hear me gush about it, because it's fabulous. It really is. And don't get me wrong, the rest of the episodes are really, really good, but just 2 just hits that spot for me. But don't get me wrong, the rest of these episodes that we're about to talk about today are really, really good as well, especially that last episode. It's going to be a good day. I can definitely tell already. Hopefully I don't have as many strokes as I did last week. We all remember last week how I was just straight up like choking on everything I was saying. Don't ask me why. I really don't. Like, it was just, I don't know why it was so hard for me to talk last week. Like, seriously. But let's go ahead, dive straight on in. I don't really have much really to add here except color. Like, seriously, like, they really, like, something I don't think I really mentioned last week was the color and about how they used it, and they really saturated a lot of the scenes with it, especially with, like, a lot of Verna's meetings, a lot of Verna messing with them. They use a lot of vivid, different colors, too. Like, I want to say with this episode, we're about to get started on Vic's episode. You see, like a lot of, like, whitewash, yellow kind of lights going on there. A lot of saturation there of oranges as well. We get, I think Perry's got some red. I know Tamerlan at one point's got some green. I think Frederick's got blue. And I noticed that that each of them all have different, saturations of color, and I like that as a reference and a nod, because it kind of does tie back into the Mask of the Red Death, where each room that was inside this abbey was a different color. And I thought, I don't know if they purposely meant to do it, or I'm just like reaching too deep into it, and maybe I'm just jumping to conclusions about things. But I really feel like they even thought that out. Like, they're just like, here's some nods and some reference to, with more nods and reference to more of Poe shit. Like, they say it's a slight nod. No. They have bathed in Poe. They have, like, rinsed in Poe's magical words here. Like, it's all Poe. But visuals, the colors, the reference, the nods, it's all Poe, and I love it. But if you need to know any of the other actors and whoever was we were talking about, side characters and whatnot, who not, and director, yada yada, behind the scenes stuff, like I said, go back, check out episode 45 where we talk about the first half. I'll break all that down for you, so we're gonna not even bring that up, and we're just gonna hop straight on into it. So here is the next episode, A Telltale Heart. We start with an interesting sound on this one. So we start with a high-pitched chirping sound with the creepy kind of, we've heard it all before, sound effect of flies buzzing around. It's mainly that weird chirping noise, though, that keeps bothering us throughout this entire episode, because we're almost inside of our mind. I noticed this about a lot of the characters, rewatching the episodes, that we're inside their mind to a degree. Like, we're not in there, but we're seeing it from their perspective to a lot of degrees. So we're getting more of their POV, their shot, how they see this shit. But we also getting other people's perspective as well on this. This is why we'll see Verna, you know, I'll get on with the episode and explain a little bit more on it. But basically, Verna will be talking some normal shit, and then Vic will start losing her mind. And then suddenly, Verna starts being creepy, and then when Vic comes back, suddenly Verna's not creepy anymore, and then she goes back to losing her mind. It's like a lot of back and forth. And again, you notice that in a lot of the other episodes as well, that you'll see characters really kind of losing it. And that's where I think I was making a mention about it, where I feel like Frederick's kind of spiraled down with his wife. I feel like it really could have benefited a little bit more with the phone scene. And I'll get there when I get there, because I don't know if it's in this episode or the next episode, where it's more prominent, where you could tell where they really planned a lot of it through, and then they just kind of skipped the steps and just made him crazy. I feel like one more step would have been taken, it would have been a much better, smoother kind of character transition there. Granted, they're all going crazy. We see that throughout the whole show, that each and every one of these kids, Roderick and Madeline, are all going crazy, except Lenore, because God bless Lenore, she's the sweetest being in this entire show, but everybody else is going crazy. But yes, we start with the high-pitched chirping sound, the sounds of flies, and then we cut to 1979. We see Roderick at the bar. He's staring at the statue of the Raven, and Verna, the bartender, walks up to him, and he's like, "You're looking at the wrong thing." Oh, yeah, no. Because Verna's pointing towards, I don't know if Verna was making a joke whether or not he should just keep an eye on his sister or not, because she's always keeping an eye on him. So I don't know if she was just making that kind of joke, or if she just wanted him to turn around and look at her having a fun time. Because she was really going all into this, like, whole debacle that they were having about, we got to really blend in, you know, look like we're having a good time. And she's like, yeah, let's go. Like, dance to some random dude. Like, give her props. Madeline, when she commits to something, she commits to something. But, he ends up looking at the Raven and telling Verna that he says that ravens are basically bad luck, because his mother told him a story about how Noah threw the ravens off the ark, and they're supposed to be, you know, bad bringers and stuff like that. And Verna kind of corrects him, and it's just like, yeah, true. You know, some people look at it that way, but in other cultures and other ways, you know, ravens are considered good luck and bring, you know, good fortune to everything. And then, you know, he's just like, fortune, yeah, sure, yeah, I don't really want to know my fortune. Oh, yeah, why not? And she grabs his hand, she starts, like, reading his palm, and she's just like, you know, it says right here, the way your lines are divided, things will change. Things will change tonight. Yeah, it's just straight up, like, she is foreshadowing so hard, like, she knows, because I feel like Verna has already made her plan, she's just seeing it through, because, again, we don't know what she is, we just know she makes deals. Call her whatever you want, I don't know what to call her, to be honest, like, seriously, people can call her demons, people can call her... Frankly, I've really been hearing demon. Yeah, a lot of people have been calling her a demon. And I'm just like, nah, you know Mike's work, it's not that simple. Mike never just has simple shit when it comes to any of his, like, haunted movies and TV shows and stuff like that. Anything dealing with actual haunted stuff, it's never demons. It's always something much more complicated. Like with Oculus. What was in the mirror? We don't know. All we know is that was an evil fucking mirror. That's all we know. Like, seriously, that's how I describe it. Anytime someone asks me the plot line to Oculus, I'm just like, it's about an evil fucking mirror, bro. Just watch it. Like, I can't explain it. And Verna's just one of those things I really can't explain. But I like her though. I really do. I like this character. Like this is one of those mystique factors I really like when it comes to my horror movies and TV shows. When you have a character who you know can do some shit. And we know this because Verna makes it obvious. We have seen it throughout the show what Verna has been doing. And she, I'm not going to say has malicious intent, but she's up to something. And I think it's just because she's a bored individual. She just wants to see how everything will play out. I don't think she has an agenda or a goal here. She's just a bored individual, sees opportunity, and it's just like, you know what? Let's make a deal, bro. Let's just make a deal. I'm bored. Let's just see how this plays out. And that's almost, to a degree, that almost is like a godlike being. Like, think about it. In a lot of like Greek mythology, like how bored is Zeus? Zeus is one of the boredest dudes ever, and you would think this man would have more to do in life because of the fact that he has so many children. But no. Instead of taking care of the children he already has, he's so bored, he just makes more children. And then he looks at his wife and goes, well, I don't know what to tell you, sweetie. It just happens. And then gets mad at her when she gets mad at him. Like some BS, man. It's some straight up BS. But that is Verna. She ain't like Zeus, fucking everything she sees. But she is like a godlike being because just how I portray her anyway. I feel like she's a godlike being. Oh. But anyway, after, that little conversation, Verna walks away and Madeline comes back. She's like, okay, it's your turn now. You got to go out there, start dancing, do something. And I forgot to make a mention about this. So, again, they're all on edge. They're all on edge. If you've seen the show, we all know what they did. Especially when you rewatch the show, this is some fiery ass acting here. But at one point, or during the talk with Verna, this cop car pulls up with his lights on, and he kind of sits there for a minute, and of course both Roderick and Madeline stop what they're doing and immediately look at the window, like, could they be any more suspicious if they tried, kind of thing. But, they're paranoid, so they're just, like, immediately looking out the window. Of course the car, drives by and everything, and they go, both act casual. It's completely natural, it's totally alright, We ain't hiding from the police. No, sorry, not us, not the Ushers, no. But yes, after that, Madeline tells Roger they need to switch places, so, be casual, find someone to kiss at midnight. Which, on my original viewing, I thought was very odd. I'm thinking, what about his wife? What about Annabelle Lee? Like, what about her? Like, why you kissing? Like, I get it, we're trying to make this believable and all this, but he has a wife, so why would you do this? And again, later on, you find out the actual reason behind, why he's doing this. But, my first time viewing it, I was just so confused. I was just like, okay, I guess it's like a believable thing, but damn it, man, you were kind of emotionally cheating on your wife here. Who knew he did far worse? Like, granted, cheating's bad emotionally. Like, you don't kiss random people. No, especially when you're married and shit. You don't just do that on a whim and shit. Not even on New Year's. Like, especially not on New Year's. Don't ever do that on New Year's. You married? Nah. You not with your spouse. You kiss your hand, bro. You kiss your hand is your best friend that night. You can't be with your spouse? Your hand's your best friend that night. But anyway, Verna and Roderick switch places. Madeline and Roderick switch places. Verna ends up trying to talk to Madeline, and as they're talking, Madeline. I'm not saying Madeline's trying to keep control of the situation. But she just keeps looking back at Roderick like she's trying to make sure he's following the status quo, like he's sticking to the plan here. It's like she has no faith in this man. Like, come on, dude, that's your twin brother here. Have some faith. And like, he's doing what you asked. Like, he's out there, he's dancing, he's having a good time, he's following your lead. Let him be. But Verna notices this. She's like, oh, thank God he has you. He wouldn't, I'm sorry, let me read that. Thank God he has you to tell him what to do. You know, women are the natural born leaders after all. And, of course, Madeline makes a comment saying, yeah, if his birthday cake came out, he wouldn't eat a slice until I ate a slice. Like, seriously? Like, you have your brother that whipped. You have your brother that whipped that he's not going to make a move until you say something. I'm going to be honest, I think growing up, Madeline did look down on Roderick, but I think she's definitely underestimating him. You see that at the end of the show. She definitely does not see it coming. Because she feels like she's in control of Roderick. She's got to control him because, I don't know, reason. Strong, independent woman. She wishes she was the actual man in the household. I don't know. She just got to be in control. She's just one of those women. But anyway, Verna then asks her, so what is your resolution? And of course, Madeline's just like, well, you already asked us that. No, your brother answered that, and he said to change the world. I'm assuming you can't speak on your own then? No, I told you, I want to change the world. And it goes on to this beautiful conversation about how Madeline, she not only wants to make a difference in the world, but she wants to basically pioneer the strong, independent woman aspect. Like, she wants to be just as good or even better than a man. She wants no man to control her and be respected like she is a man. And I can get that. I can really get that. For a woman back in 1979, that was a lot to ask for, like, straight up. That was a lot for a woman to ask and just be like, hey, guys, can you respect me as like you respect anybody else who works here, you know, because I'm a woman does not mean you get to talk down on me, okay? Like, I'm here doing the same amount of work as you, bro. But Verna then asks her, though, you know, what do you want? Okay, you want to change the world. What do you want? If you had to pick between being rich or being fat, and before she can finish that question, Madeline steps in and just goes, rich. Just rich. Okay, you're rich. Now what? And she sits there and she thinks about it. And as she's thinking about it, of course, the ball is getting ready to drop on the television. You hear everyone, 5, 4, 3, doing the whole countdown shenanigans. And she looks at Verna and goes, I would never let a man have a power over me, and I would learn to live forever. And as the ball drops, Verna leans in and seals it. I'm assuming just seals her into the deal with a kiss. Because, I find it a little weird. Because as the show goes on, I want to say episode... Is it the next episode or the episode after? I think it's the next episode, though. You find out about the deal and what they all made. And you learn that, back how they used to seal the deal was, back then you used to spit, write blood, but now they just seal it with a drink. So, of course, she has drinks with them. And I get that, I've seen that kind of practice before when signing contract stuff, you seal it, sign it, and then you have a drink with the guy. So, I get that, but I don't get why she kissed Madeline here after asking her I guess again maybe her in the deal, maybe she was making a mini deal on the side or something, just in case Roderick didn't want to play ball or something. At least I know I got Madeline over here, maybe just backup plans or something. I don't know, I thought it was a little weird, but I liked it because it again just shows you who Verna is. Like, she's very versatile, she's willing to do a lot of things to get what she wants, and what she wants is a deal. But after she kisses her, though, everyone's cheering, the ball's dropped, and she looks at her and goes, "Cheers to my Cleopatra." Because throughout the whole talk as well, she also called her a queen without a crown, and that she was like Cleopatra. The Egyptians had it right. But after that, we didn't go back to Augie and Roderick's talk. and he asked him if that was his downfall, that New Year's Eve, if, kissing somebody else, not at home when Annabelle, if that was where his downfall was. And he's just like, no, that's not what my downfall was. Well, then if that was not your downfall, then confess. Then confess to me. What is your downfall then? What was your downfall? We then cut to the funeral. And this is the first 3 kids who died in the earlier episodes. We're at their funeral. And it's packed. It's definitely a comparison between the funeral from the first episode, which is technically the last funeral at the last episode. It's very, very, quiet, secluded. There's only a handful of people left here. This first funeral, though, there's like a whole bunch of people. Like, people apparently like Leo and Camilla and Perry. Apparently people like them. So they actually showed up. And, sadly enough, their mothers are there, too. Not good. Tamerlane could care less. She's over there just like texting on her phone. And she looks over and she sees them, leans over at Madeline and is like, who are they? Those are the mothers. I swear that's how Madeline said it. Just, those are the mothers. Just, damn, do they not have names? Do you not care that much? Like, just cold. Just, those are the mothers. Like, those women, not those sad women, not, nothing. Just, those women are the mothers. Shots fired, Madeline. Shots fired at a funeral. Remember that. That's how cold this woman is. She shot fires at a funeral. But as the sermon's going, though, Roderick can't pay attention because every time he turns around, there's always something there. First time, there's Perry standing there with his burnt ass, just staring at him, and then he gets uncomfortable, so he looks behind him, and there's the stupid jester in the back area looking at him, and he's just like, I can't catch a break no matter where I look. There's just dead children everywhere. Like, straight up. I feel like this was Roderick's thinking. Just like, damn, every time I turn around, there's one of my dead children. Just boom. Sorry you died. Anyway, as that happens and the funerals, they get done, wrapping up, everybody's slowly walking out. Arthur's running to Jules to tell him what to say to everybody. Because I'm going to be honest, I feel like Jules and Camilla's assistants are the only ones, maybe Bill, maybe Bill also, but I feel like they got off kind of scot-free, maybe a little bit easier off, especially Camilla's assistant. At least they found love between each other. But yeah, everybody else kind of died and got screwed over big time. Like, I felt sorry for anybody who was associated with the Ushers. But after Arthur runs that down to Jules about, what to say to everybody, oh, I'm in mourning, please leave me be. We then see Roger as he's leaving, and of course he takes a gander at the 3 moms, and they look pissed to see him. They of course, they're upset too because their children are dead, but they do not look happy to see him. And originally, I couldn't figure out why. And until, like, the rest of the show progressed, makes more sense. But I couldn't originally figure out why. Like, were they really blaming him, per se, for their deaths? Because, again, you should look at some of their deaths. Leo was on a drug-filled kick, high, threw himself off a balcony. I don't know what the hell just happened there. Camille, of course, she broke into this Planet of the Apes kind of research lab and got her ass killed there. And Perry, of course, he was also on a drug-filled high and burned him and several others alive. So the point is, I can get why they might be mad, but it really felt when they were looking at him that they were honestly blaming him. They were just like, that angry. We have all seen that look, especially from our mothers, when you fucked up. Like, you know that look, that you done fucked up, and your mom's very angry with you, but she knows there are too many people around to kill you, so she's got to keep a calm demeanor. That is the look each one of these women are giving Roderick as he's looking at them. And he's like, okay, Juno, let's go. Come on, Juno. And as he's walking out, he then gets this, like, I guess this sense to turn around. And as soon as he turns around, boom, there's all three kids just standing there going, hi, Dad. Hi, it's us again. We'll be haunting you for the rest of the show. And, of course, Roger's just not having it. He's like, oh, my God. And, of course, Madeline's got to come in. And it's just like, oh, Roger, okay, hold my hand. Just look down. And we're not saying anything. We're not speaking to anybody. Just come on. And after that, we then cut to this beautiful scene. I really like this scene. And I really wish we would have got some more scenes. Like, it would have been nicer if we had scenes where, like, Camille, Perry, and Leo were all hanging out in the same room together. And then we had Vic Tamerlan and Frederick. I almost forgot his name. Frederick. We have Vic, Frederick, and Tamerlan all doing this scene. It would have been nice to see Leo, Perry, and Camille having a scene like this as well. Alright, even something with all the kids, like after Perry's death or something, all of them get together and just be like, what the hell? But I can kind of get why it wasn't going to happen, because think about what was going on. Okay, so Perry died. Frederick was distracted with his wife and dealing with her injuries and trying to figure out why she's there. And then, of course, shortly after that, Camille died. And then shortly after that, Leo died. So literally, they all died within like days of each other. So we really didn't have time to write in any moment, that is, where it would fit in nicely for them to have this moment together. Like, it still would have been a neat idea, but I can see why they didn't do it. But I do like this here, where we at least had Vic, Tamerlan, and Frederick all saying, well, this is left, guys. This is left. But I love this because they come in, and of course they're like, oh, bodyguard A, meet bodyguard B, shit like that. Because they now have like 24-hour bodyguards, because Madeline is that paranoid. As they sit down, Victorine wanted to have this because this is basically what's left. They have to stick together now. She's really trying to rally everybody together. And they talk about their dad's affairs and go, well, do you remember, when Perry met the old man? Oh, yeah, I do. Do you remember when Leo did? And Victorine's acting in this whole scene like she's better than them. And now that whole thing of why Camille really hated her is really shining through. Because Victorine is giving off the impression that she is better than the other bastard children. She's like, yeah, I might be a bastard, but I wasn't like them. I wasn't greedy and had to fill this empty hole in. And of course, Tamerlan shuts that shit down. She's like, no, you're just as bad as they are. Like, don't try to act all high and mighty here. And, of course, Tamerlan, I don't think gives a damn. Like, she really don't. Like, she makes a comment when they're talking about the dad's affairs about how, just because their dad jumped into a sea of pussy doesn't mean the gate should be allowed open and that anybody can walk in. Because, yeah, 3 of them died, but you know what? 3 more could come in and take their place. We don't know this. And, again, it's rather obvious Tamerlan and Victorine do not like each other. I don't think it's as bad as Camille and Victorine, but you could definitely see the animosity, and I think that one is definitely sibling rivalry, because the fact that they're both the eldest daughters, but one is a bastard and one's the actual. I mean, hell, even Victorine makes a mention about that, saying, how did it go? Because they were talking about the mothers, and she said, no one could hold a candle to the lovely Annabelle. And it must have been so great that y'all got to live in the house with the great Usher himself. And they're just like, no, it wasn't that great. Like, straight up just shattered her fantasy about how wonderful it probably would have been living with Roderick. To be frank, I don't think it would have been that great. Roderick changed. I will admit, as the show progresses, and especially when we get to the episode when you find out what happened between him and Augie, he changes. He changes severely. Like, I'm kind of with Annabelle. Like, Annabelle makes a mention that the Roderick she sees must have been something she created because she doesn't know who this person is. And I'm kind of with her. I'm like, Roderick. Again, I think I made a mention about it in last week's podcast, but Madeline influenced him a lot. It's rather obvious, again, with her sense of control over Roderick, so she would influence and control him a lot. And I feel like if she wasn't there, he probably would have been more of a nicer person. He probably would have leaned more into his softer side, his normal side, just a decent human being. Not this aggressive, money, greedy, hungry bastard we end up getting to know throughout this show. Like, I feel like Madeline definitely influenced, but don't get me wrong. Roderick made his own choices, and Roderick knew what he was doing. So Roderick kind of fed more into that bad side, but I think it was because he was being pushed by Madeline. If he wasn't being fed, I think he would have been a nice guy. Like, straight up. Man, even Vernon says that. He would have been a poet. A broke poet, but a poet. But I digress. Anyway, after Tamerlane and Victorine's fight, Frederick's just like, you know what? Hi, y'all fight. I thought we were here having drinks to celebrate our dead siblings. I'm just gonna go. And Victorine's just like, nah, I'll leave because I'm gonna be better than this. I'm gonna be the one on top, okay? I'm gonna be it. And she storms off, and I swear to God, this is something she says as she's storming off, right? Of course, they have 24-hour bodyguards. So her bodyguard gets up and starts walking towards her, I guess to, get her coat or something. But as soon as she sees him, she looks at him, and she's like, oh, fuck off, Ray-Bans! I swear, I have not been making mention about it, but a lot of these one-liner, rich people comebacks are fucking great that this family says. They're amazing. I wish I wrote some more of these down than I have, but I love the little rich joke backs that these people have. We then cut back to Frederick, who's now at the hospital. And he is with, of course, his lovely daughter, and she is talking to her mom, and she's like, is this my name? Is this my name? Yeah, okay, great. Is your name this? Yeah, great. She's asking her 20 questions, and she's blinking her eyes, one for no, two for yes. Which I thought that was odd, because usually it's the other way around. It's usually one's for yes, two for no. But, Frederick's just like, honey, she's not a magic 8-ball. Just just stop asking her questions. Listen, Doc, I want to take her home. Oh, no, I'm sure your daughter's not bothering her. I'm sure she really likes it. No, I'm talking about my wife. I want to take Maury home. I want to take her home. Sir, she can't leave. She has no defense system here. She needs 24 hours surveillance in the hospital. And he's like, do you know who I am? Okay, do you know who I am? I am an usher, okay? The ushers will take care of her, okay? If you are good and you can handle this, I will hire you on, but I will be taking my wife home and I'll build a room that's 10 times better than this one that you have, or so help me God. Bro, damn, chill the fuck out. I think, frankly, you didn't have to bring her home, but I can kind of get it because now he's having his mental crisis. Because remember, Arthur's already given him the phone. He's already looking at it whose phone is this? Why does she have this phone? What the hell's going on? And he can't find her wedding ring. Now, I'm going to be honest. I don't know where it's at. I can't remember if we ever see her take it off. I want to say it's at the house in the bathroom. I want to say, I could be wrong that at one point we do see a scene where she's getting, I guess, ready to go downstairs and she takes her ring off and puts it in this, next to the sink or something. I don't know. I can't remember. I mean, hell, she could have done that and put it in the locker for all I know. I can't remember. So if there is a scene of her taking the ring off, please let me know in the comments down below if you're watching this on YouTube, because I would like to know. I really would like to know. But Frederick is adamant about taking her home, so he's throwing all the money he can so she could be brought home. We then cut to Victorine and Al at their house, and they're fighting. And they're fighting because Al found out she's got surgery scheduled, and she's not supposed to be scheduled for any kind of surgery because of the fact that they're not ready for surgery. Not with the heart transplant or anything dealing with that heart mesh. So unfortunately, she starts putting two and two together as she's arguing with Victorine about all this. And sadly, this gets out of hand. This really does. Like, I feel bad. Granted, we don't find out until, like, later on how this all plays out, but this really gets out of hand very, very quick. But they're arguing about the scheduling, and she tells Al that she's doing this because Roderick Usher is demanding this. I mean, when he demands something, you give it to him. You can see how Roderick is really pushing his daughter, his bastard daughter, but he's really pushing her to get this heart mask because he wants to live. You can see this desperation, determination of him wanting to live because he is now understanding, especially after watching 3 of his children die, that his time is coming. The deal is almost up, but he tries to deny this, so he is literally doing everything possible to figure out how to prolong the inevitable that's about to happen. And like I said, because of that, he's pushing really hard on Victorine to get this heart mesh done and operational, and so he can go on surgery, have it in, and maybe prolong his life for at least a few more months, maybe a year or two. We don't know. But Al's just like, she ain't having it. She is definitely not having it, and she's just like, why would anyone okay this? Like, we haven't even got the proper the funding. You know, I get it, Roger wants to do all of this, but we're not ready unless you, as she realizes that Victorine might have forged some paperwork to get this okay. And she's like, please, Victorine, tell me you did not forge my signature. Please tell me you did not forge my signature. She never admits it, but she never denies it either. But she grabs her by her hands, just like, this is what we built. This is what we're doing. You know, this is just how things are. You have to break something to make something. Like, we can't be ethical about this. And Al's not having it. Al's just like, you know what? No, I'm not doing this. I'm done. You know, I'm done with the business. I'm done with this relationship. I'm just done. And she goes to walk off, and Victorine's just like, what do you mean you're done? You know, what do you mean? Like, are you done with us? Are you done with just the business? She's like, I'm done with it all. Like, I can't with you. Like, I thought your I knew your family was bad, but y'all are all monsters. Y'all are all monsters. And Victorine, she's just like, she's about to freak the hell out. She's like, you're not about to tell anybody, are you? You're not about to say anything. You know, what about that NDA? And she's like, screw the NDA, okay? Sue me into the ground. I don't care. And she's just like, actually, you will, okay? Because Pym wrote, could they make a comment about how forgery and something else was not written into the contract? She's just like, oh no, it is. Trust me, it is. That's a Pym special. Like, damn, Pym thinks of everything. He covers everything, doesn't he? Like, remind me if I ever get a contract by that man to read it thoroughly with at least 4 of the people. Anyway, as they're arguing, though, and she's begging her not to say anything, she's like, please, baby, please, just don't go. I'm telling you, if the family finds out, they're going to destroy you. They're going to hurt you. They're going to sue you into oblivion. Please don't do this. And she's just like, I don't care. I'm telling people, y'all are all fucking monsters. And she goes to leave, and Victorine, in a fit of anger and rage, screams, grabs something off the table, and throws it, and then the screen cuts to black. Now, if she's seen the show, you know what happened, but she's never seen the show, and we'll keep that a secret to the end. But yeah, no, that first time watching it, I suspected nothing, to be honest. 100%, I suspected nothing. I should have, though, because this is a telltale heart. And if you read the story, you know it's about an unknown narrative who kills somebody, dismembers them, and then puts them in the floorboard. But after we cut the black, we then see Victory on the phone trying to talk to Al. She's got a voicemail. And she's like, please, just, I'm sorry, baby. I'm sorry. Just talk to me. Please, just talk to me. No answer. So she hangs up, and as she's sitting there kind of taking everything in, I guess it's really just it's hitting her hard that Alzum left her. She then starts hearing that chirping noise we heard at the beginning of the episode. And it's just a going. And she's looking for it. She can't find it. And then suddenly, turns out it was the fire alarm. Or the little smoke detector, I should say. My bad. Smoke detector. So she's like, oh, whatever. So she grabs it. And then Madeline comes in. And she's like, I'm just here to check on my little ducklings. You know, how's everybody? And Victorine's just like, seriously, Madeline, what do you want? What's your sudden interest here? Like, what do you want? Oh, well, somebody told me that you were ready for human trials. And I was hoping that if that was true, that... and once it actually works, that we can have a special human trial to happen, and it's somebody very important that I think would definitely benefit from this study here. And the entire time as Madeline's saying this, Victory has lost focus because she now hears that chirping noise again. And she is just zoned out, just looking away. And eventually Madeline's just like, so am I boring you or anything? No, yes, no, we're ready for human trials. We were working on, we actually got a surgery scheduled this week to test it out. Good. So, yeah, no, it's not going very well for Victorine, as you can clearly tell. Even though it seems to be going up for her because she's finally getting that chance, the opportunity to prove herself to her dad, she's still being very unethical with her practice about this, and she's literally just pulling a Rufus Griswold or a fucking Longfellow all over again, just doing human trials. What they're failing? Hide the bodies. Get rid of the bodies. Which, now that I'm thinking about it, do y'all remember back, I think it was in episode 2 or 3, where the assistants were talking to Camille about what they found out about the apes not surviving the heart mesh and stuff. So she would take it out and then dismember them and then take them out in her Gucci bag or whatever. I think, I could be stretching, I could be reaching, but I feel like it's just another nice little nod to the Telltale Heart with the fact that she was dismembering the chimpanzees. Even though we don't know if that was true or not, but still, I like that reference. But after that, we then cut to Arthur and Augie now waiting for the judge to show up, and he's still doing the crossword puzzle. And Augie makes a comment saying that if we had, I see why they call you the Pimp Reaper now. If we had a beach and a chessboard, this would be really nice. Which I like that reference. I actually had to tell Eric that reference. I don't know if y'all remember, and I can't remember the name of it now. If I didn't remind myself, I probably could have told y'all. But that is a reference to an old classic black and white movie. I cannot remember the full details of it, but most of the movie takes place on a beach where a guy is playing chess with death. And it's really, really cool. It's like a really good movie, very slow burn, very mysterious, but a good movie nonetheless. Definitely look into it. Like, seriously, just look up Grim Reaper playing chess on a beach. It should pop up, as stupid as that sounds. But after that, you know, he asks Arthur, he's just like, you're so smart and so talented and can do so much. Why do you work for the Ushers? And Arthur, without missing the beat, just like, without Roderick Usher, I wouldn't be who I am today. So the judge eventually comes in, and they're talking back and forth about what to do with this court trial. Because at this point, we're losing family members left and right, and at this point, there is not going to be anybody left to be on trial. And Arthur's playing it as, well, it's kind of Augie's fault because he said that there was an informant into the family, and after that, suddenly we're being attacked. So we think it has something to do with what he said, so we're going to have to dismiss or move trial or something about this because we can't continue on with this trial. And the judge is actually all in for it. The judge is like, yeah, screw it, do it. Yeah, let's just dismiss the trial. Augie ain't happy about it, but again, I can't blame Augie. He's been trying for years to take these people down. He was so close. And now suddenly, at the finish line, crash and burn. But after that, we then cut back to Roderick and Augie's conversation. Roderick just straight up just asked, he's like, who was it? Who was the informant? It doesn't matter now. Everybody's dead. Just so, who was the informant? And Augie at this point, visually, you could tell he's uncomfortable with that question. He literally kind of tenses up a little bit and grabs a drink and quickly downs it. He doesn't really want to tell Roderick the truth, but Roderick at this point is just like, it doesn't matter. And he's right, it doesn't matter. It really doesn't. So Augie tells him, there was no informant. I made it up. I lied. I got dirty in the mud and played just like you. And Roderick's impressed. Roderick's like, oh, no, seriously, bro, I'm impressed. I would have loved to see how this played out. Straight up. We finally got you in the mud. I would have loved it. But Augie makes a statement back to Roderick about how he feels like, okay, he really doesn't make the statement himself, but you can tell to a degree he kind of blames himself because of what Arthur did, saying, well, if it wasn't for Augie saying we had an informant, the children may not have died. So he's kind of blaming himself for the death of the children, saying, if I didn't make this shit up, maybe they wouldn't have died. And Roderick kind of shuts that shit down. He's just like, listen, man, whatever you think you know, it's not true. You didn't cause this. You didn't do anything. You didn't help my children die. You did nothing. So you do not have that as a burden. Do not carry that with you. You did nothing wrong. Which I like that. Not only is Roderick giving Augie praises about playing dirty for once in his life going up against Roderick, but the fact that Augie actually felt bad that he might have caused the death of his children. Even though the Ushers were piece of shit people, he still felt bad. And Roderick's just like, no, bro, don't feel bad. Not because we're shitty people, no. It's just because you didn't do this. You didn't cause this. And as he's talking with him about this, and of course, it's just another little jump scare. And this jump scare is really nice because as, Roger's like, hey, man, it's not your fault. You see Augie sitting there, and then suddenly you just see blood coming out of his chest and his heart beating out of his chest. And he's, breathing fast and heavy. And then suddenly his daughter appears just out of nowhere. He looks up and then suddenly it's Victorine just sitting there and she is screaming, and it scares the hell out of poor Roderick. Scared the hell out of Eric too, by the way. I was watching that one, and Eric, some of these Eric saw coming, others no, Eric did not see coming, so he got scared too, and I thought that was great. I was like, haha, Flanagan strikes again. But after that, Roger then makes the final line towards Augie, saying, Augie, no one died for the lie. Don't blame yourself. And then we have another flashback. Ooh. Sorry, I just kind of like doing that. It's kind of fun. Little transitions in the flashback. Anyway, Madeline's talking to Rufus. Yeah, I bet you didn't see that one coming. You never saw the show. She actually talking to Rufus. She's in his office talking to Rufus. And she's talking about taking the company to the future. Make those documents you have digital, get rid of them. You can burn them, bring everything to the forefront. Computers are only going to get smaller. Like, she's really throwing in a good ass pitch. Like, I will admit, both Roderick and Madeline have very good ass pitches. Like, straight up. And not Roderick, Rufus is, all into it. He's trying to kind of rebuttal back to her, like, well, computers take up a lot of space. I see where you're coming from, and I understand why you want to do it. And, why would you, a woman, want to run your own department, run your own company? Why would you want to do that by yourself when you could do so much better and so much more work being at that desk right in front of my office? And, she lays it out just like, hey, man, I want to do this just because a man can do this. If a man can do it, why can't I? And, of course, Rufus, he's all into this at first, and he's just like, okay, I'm with you on this, I'm with you. So, let me ask you a question. How do you take your coffee? I love Madeline's response, though. I love Madeline. Madeline looks at him, just kind of smiles a little bit, and just goes, in solitude. Shot down, bro. Shot down. Madeline's just like, yeah, no. Go away, boo-boo. No. Go away. But, yeah, no, of course, typical Rufus don't really care. He just wants to sleep with her because typical Rufus being Rufus. And Madeline ain't doing it. So Rufus starts degrading her at this point, trying to push her down. She even calls him out for it. She's just like, you see me as competition, so you gonna take me down? He's like, oh, I don't have to take you down. No, you're doing just fine on your own. Your mother was the secretary, had an affair with the boss. I don't know why he didn't claim y'all. I mean, everybody knew. But now here y'all are begging for scraps, working in the mailroom. So no, I don't have to tear you down, Madeline. You're just doing that just fine by yourself. You're doing that just fine. And, of course, she's just playing it cool. She's like, okay, yeah. And he leans into her at one point during this whole fabulous conversation. And he's just like, I'm just trying to help you, Madeline. Like, really, I'm really trying to help you climb that social ladder. Doing the whole thing he did with Roderick, promising him the world and shit. But he's like, don't fuck me, Madeline. Like, you can fuck me, sure. Many people do that. A lot of women do that. They climb that social ladder on their back. Most men do that on their bellies. So yes, you can fuck me, Madeline, but do not fuck with me. Do you understand? And she's like, oh yeah, no, I completely 100% understand. Then the next scene, she's talking shit with Annabelle about Rufus. Like, I wish this was a sitcom, because it'd been like, no, I completely understand. He's a fucking asshole, you know that, right? It would have been like the next scene. That would have been me in the next scene. He was just an asshole, bro. Hell, I think actually Annabelle calls him an asshole. I think she's like, oh, he sounds like such an asshole. But, she's just like, I need to do that, though, to size him up, to see what we're dealing with. I thought he would be a lot tougher. And Augie's just like, no, don't underestimate him. He's already underestimated you. Don't do that to him. Alright, so here's the plans, because this is the night they plan on breaking into the company, because I forgot to make a mention about it, but Rufus did tell Madeline that he thinks something is up, because what are the odds? Her brother was here asking about the files, and then suddenly she's here now throwing in a pitch to digitalize the files. It's all a coincidence, she says, though. It's all a coincidence. But they're going down with the plan to go ahead and get the files, make a copy of them so they could get this on record and on testimony that he did not sign any of these papers, and then they could start taking down the company. But, hang on 1 second. So I got on a bit on a tangent and lost track of my notes for a second. But he does agree to go in and handle business. So after that, we're done with the flashback. Flashback done. Ooh. And we're now with Arthur, who is showing the pictures of Werner to Madeline and Roderick, and he's just like, Yeah, no, she's on every crime scene. She's been around a lot, bro. She's done some things that y'all don't even understand. And Madeline's looking at her like, I know her. And you know her. And Roger's just like, no, we don't. We don't know her. No, I have no clue what you're talking about. Oh, no, don't play stupid. You know her. You know, New Year's Eve, 1979. Madeline, if I did know what you were talking about, which I don't know what you're talking about, but you're bringing up something you said that we were never to talk about in front of anybody ever again, in front of somebody. And because, Arthur's just standing there the entire time. And poor Arthur, first Roger's like, leave. And the man's like, no, stay. And Arthur's just like, I have no idea what any of you fuckers are doing. But they start talking about that particular night, and he's like, all right, so hypothetically say I'm going with you that this night did happen. We weren't drunk, we weren't high. Are you saying some, ghost of this woman is haunting us? No, you dumbass. I'm saying that night you probably stuck your dick in her and fucked her, so now you have another bastard child running around, and this one's crazy. And Roger's just like, you know what? That could be it. Roger's not even denying this fact that he sticks his dick in anything and everything. So Arthur makes it his main mission to go find it. And he's like, if I am to find her, do I take her as a hostile? And Madeline just kind of looks at her and is like, yeah, take her as a hostile. He's like, all right, I'll use hostile force. And of course, Madeline's just like, oh, Arthur, before you go, when you bring me the receipts, I want her eyes. Because Arthur made a comment. Okay, I'm going to leave. I'll come back with receipts. But she's like, before you go, about the receipts, I want her eyes as the receipts. I want them. So make sure you are precise and gentle with it. And he's like, okay, I got you. Straight up. This man does what he is told. He don't ask questions. He just does it, and he gets shit done. I need a man like Arthur in my life. Straight up, I need a man like him. So then after that, we then cut to Victorine talking to Verna about the surgery. And of course, Verna, is pretending to be that older middle-aged woman who's having heart problems and is going into this, completely blind. Not a clue what's going on. But as they're talking, and, she wants some kind of reassurance from Victorine that everything's going to be okay, that they're not doing anything against practice, everything's, being done legally and correctly. And Victorine, of course, she's kind of answering, she's like, oh, yeah, no, everything will be fine. And then she starts hearing that chirping noise again, so she's, looking around. And as this is going on, Verna then becomes Verna and starts taunting her with what's going on, and about basically questioning her morals and making her, maybe think of other than herself. And she even makes a comment saying, unfortunately, you can't think of anyone but yourself because you're only trapped in your own thoughts. And as she says that, of course, the chirping stops and Victorine comes back. And she's like, huh? What? And she's like, you know what? If you say it's okay and the doctor calls me and says it's okay, then I'll do it, doctor. I'll do it. Thank you so much. And of course, Victorine's like, okay, yeah, sure, why not? And then she's chirping again. So she starts looking around. This poor woman is just going crazy. Going crazy. And eventually, after she can't, find the chirping noise again, she ends up grabbing her phone and calling Al again, and basically is begging her to agree to the surgery. She's just like, please do this surgery. I need you to do this surgery. I'll give you anything you want. Just name it. And again, it's back to the Usher standard. Name your price and give me what I want. And I'll give you what you want. Typical Ushers. Again, they don't make their own money. They get other people to do it, and they just reap in the benefits. So then we cut to Frederick and his daughter. They make up the room for his wife. And as they're getting everything situated, he sits her down. He's just like, honey, I need to talk to you. Listen, you know that we're ushers. And with that, with our name, comes a very privileged and rich life, but also comes a very dangerous life. Like, now, you don't have to deal with this now. You don't. But in the future, you might have to deal with some people who are not so nice. Some people who give you death threats. I've had death threats on me. I've had 11 just on my name, not the company, on me. So people can be cruel. People can be mean. And don't trust anyone but your family. And keep your family strong. And keep your family protected. He's really harping in on that family shenanigans. Again, I blame some of the coke he's on. And I also blame his fucking spiral into madness as well. But he's still sticking to the status quo, though. You know, you notice he's been all loving, you know, for the family, all for his family. You know, he really wants everyone to see that he cares about his family. As you saw with the doctor, where he's, like, very adamant about bringing her home, how he's, like, talking to his daughter about protecting the family. So, you know, he's sticking to the same, you know, slow spiral down. And as he's talking to her, though, and saying about you can't trust people, he does make a comment saying, I mean, look at your mom. She lied to us. She lied to us. She said she was going out to her with her girlfriends, and now look at her. And, of course, his daughter, you know, she's trying to be positive as hell. So she's like, so let's get her here. It will be okay. And once she's here, we can all start slowly healing. We can all start healing. And again, she's that positive life we need in this show. She's that positive spark, that go-to attitude I love. Because she's so, she doesn't know the full detail of how fucked up her family is. But you can see she is still trying to keep a positive attitude. And she is sensing that something is up with her dad, at least. Like, she even makes a mention about it at some point when she's talking to Roderick. Now, something's definitely up with her dad. And she doesn't know, but she's still going to try to be that positive little light in everybody's life right now. And I absolutely love it. But after we see, you know, some cute, touching moment with Frederick and his daughter, we then cut to Tamerlane, who's having a complete fucking mental breakdown between her and her relationship. Tamerlane, thinks as she's working on something that her bodyguard is talking to someone. She can hear another female's voice out there. She goes out there to investigate, and plot twist, nobody's out there but the bodyguard. And he's like, is everything all right? Yeah, whoever you're talking to, keep it down out here, okay? I'm trying to get some fucking work done. And he's just like, what are you talking about? There's no one. Okay. And she like closes the door. And then as she sits down, she then nods off and then instantly wakes up talking to Bill. So right then and there, you know something ain't right here. Like, something ain't right. She ain't sleeping. She's got so much going on in her life. She ain't processing her emotion that she is not sleeping. And it's not good for her. And even Bill starts bringing this up. Bill sees, you know, she fell asleep. He's like, did you fall asleep while I was talking mid-sentence again? No, I'm sorry. I'm just, it'll be okay. It'll be okay. And he's just like, look at you, Tamerlane. No, it's not okay. You're tired. You're falling asleep constantly. You need to get some rest, okay? You're not okay. And that's okay not to be okay, but you're not okay. And I like Bill. I truly do. I like Bill. Bill's the most realistic motherfucker out there. He's willing to stand with this woman, and he really loves her. He's willing to stay with this woman and stand by this woman until the very end almost. Until she actually breaks him. Until she destroys him, he's willing to stay by her side. Like, he really, really does love and care about his wife. But she's just like, I'm fine, you know, I don't need to go to sleep. And he's like, please, just go to sleep. Do it as a favor to me. And she's like, a favor to you? Huh. Huh. Who the hell do you think you are, Bill? Built? I made you. And she starts tearing into him. I don't mean just like a little paper cut here. No, I mean like she ripped out his chest, tore into his heart, destroyed his ribcage, ripping out his heart, punched his heart to death, and then slammed it on the ground and did a Mexican hat dance on it because she's a vicious, cruel woman. She destroys this man with words. I'm not even joking. She is just like, you are nothing, Bill. I made you, okay? I created you. I made this company. I picked you, actually, between you and another guy, but you fit the brand better, okay? I made you. Like, she cold, bro. She cold. Like, you can see her father just straight coming out of her. But she tells him to shut up, to stick to his own script. Otherwise, he is easily replaceable. Like, she could easily replace him, no problem. She has no time to deal with him right now. She's got other things on her mind. And Bill, you can see he is honestly hurt. And he's just like, baby, you don't mean that. Like, you don't. Like, I love you. And she's like, well, I don't, Bill. I don't. Tamerlan, if I walk out, I'm not coming back. Go, Bill. I don't care. Go. Bill stands there for a second. And all of this is happening because, and I know what y'all thinking. If y'all never seen this show and you don't know what's going on, it's all because of she thinks he is fucking Ferna, or Candy technically, and she is so convinced that he is having an illicit affair that she's just like, I've seen you, Bill. I've seen you on the videos with her. I know it. The bodyguard told me you were out on a walk with a random woman. Baby, that was you. That was you. You're losing your fucking mind. That is you. So yeah, he is honestly hurt and offended and upset when she tears him down the way she did. Because he has no idea this fucked up thing she has created in her own head. And she is pushing poor Bill away, and Bill don't know what to do. Bill doesn't know what to do. So Bill's just like, all right, fine, I'll leave. She's losing it though. And hell, it gets to the point that even Bill makes a mention before he leaves that Tamerlan, all of this, the girls, the idea of him cheating and shit is all on her. Like, he hated it. Apparently he hated spending time with those girls. He hated it. Granted, though, he ate a lot of ass for her. I think even Vernon makes a joke about that later on. But yeah, no, he just never liked it. He's like, I did that for you. And that, again, that shows you how much he truly loves Tamerlan. He was doing sexual things he couldn't stand doing because he wanted to do some of that shit to her. Now, some of it I'm sure he wanted to do to her. Maybe lick her asshole or something. You know, that might be something. But the armpit thing, no. No, just, ugh, God, why? Oh, God, why would you do that? Just, ugh. We'll get there when we get there. I'll talk about that scene. But yeah, no, he's generally hurt by what she said. And he really, really loves her. And you could tell she at one point did. Now, I know what you're thinking. I thought you were going to say she didn't. At one point she did, because here's the thing. As he goes to leave, she goes to say something, but she can't. Like, she catches her own self. Like, she goes, you know, like, and it's sad because that's like almost like her mother trying to come out of her to be like, no, Bill, wait, I'm sorry, you know, I didn't mean it, I love you. But she's not letting that happen. She just keeps her mouth shut, lets Bill walk out. Then we cut to Roderick after that. He is now sitting in front of the wall again, and he's talking mad shit on it. And he's just like, shut up. Like, I forget what he ends up asking the wall, because he's just like, he's rambling. And he says something, and the wall jingles back at him. Because you hear the jingle on the wall, and he's just like, shut the fuck up. Nobody asked you. But he's contemplating killing himself, basically. Like, he wants to end it. He thinks maybe if I just end my suffering, I can save everybody else. So he goes back to the office. And I really like this scene because it shows you kind of his mind, his perspective, and thoughts on what he's thinking about doing. So he's sitting there and he grabs his pills and he's just like, just 5 of these. Just take 5 of these. It's the high doses. This would kill me. No problem. Just go to sleep. Yep, nope, that would look bad in my company, though. Can't be doing that. Okay, a sword. A sword. Yes, the ancient Egyptians did this. I could just stab myself right through the gut, man. Stab myself right through the gut. Just, come on, do it. And he pushes himself against the wall like he's trying to attempt to stab himself. And he's like, nope, can't do it. Takes 10 seconds. Takes 10 seconds to fall 70 stories. This can't be that hard. Just break the glass and just fall. It's easy. This should be easy. And as he's going through all of this, he's mimicking himself breaking the glass and then, like, falling back. Like, he's actually falling. Like, jumped out the window and is falling. And as he's doing this, there's a really cool camera shot where we got this, like, wide shot angle of the room, and he's standing in front of the window, and as he's like mimicking himself hitting the window and then falling out, the window itself proceeds to like drop, like the room is dropping down, like we're actually with the room as it's falling the 70 stories. Then we cut to Roger actually falling the 70 stories, and he's on his little la la land, like, this is great, this is wonderful. Turns out though he never actually did it. He calls himself a coward because he can't do it. And he winds up, just kind of crumbled about the whole situation. Like, think about it. Think about it from his perspective. This man is slowly watching his children dying. He knows what's coming. He's trying to deny it as best as he can, but he's still trying to avoid it. And he thinks by killing himself might stop the suffering of everybody else, but we all know that it's not going to happen, especially once we hear the full terms of what Verna said in the contract. You know it's not possible. So for Roger to sit there and contemplate it and then call himself a coward because he can't, save his family, that says a lot about Roderick. Because it's kind of hard to pinpoint Roger, because like I said, you see him change, and you see a little bit of old Roderick in him, when he cares about his family. Especially when he sees the ghost of Tamerlane and when he goes to talk to Victorine and stuff. But I have my own thing when it comes to the Victorine talk, and we'll get there when we get there. But you can see that he definitely changes throughout the show. But after he can't kill himself and bring himself to do it, he ends up going to Vic's house to talk to her. And she's listening to some very loud music. And he sits down. And he's trying to have a heart-to-heart with her. He's just like, listen, I'm sorry for everything. I'm sorry I failed you as a dad. Like, I'm sorry I failed you as a family, person. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm not strong right now. I'm not brave right now. I might need you more than ever right now. Like, he's literally confessing his soul to her to a degree. But here's the problem with it. Again, Roger's a complicated person. And like I said, you notice that he changes. And here's why I said I don't know how he really feels towards a lot of his children. Especially some of the stuff he says near the end of the show. But some of the other ways he treats a lot of the other kids. It's kind of confusing. But here, it almost feels like his little I'm sorry speech, I'm scared, I'm not brave. It feels rehearsed. Because as he's going through it, because there's music going on in the background, he's just like, Victor, can you turn the music down? I'm trying to tell you how I really feel here. And he literally says it just like that. Like, can you turn the music down? I'm trying to tell you how I feel here. And it makes me just wonder, is he really trying to tell her how he truly feels? Is he really scared and not feeling strong and brave? or is this a rehearsal speech he has to kind of keep pushing her to do well on this surgery, on this heart mesh thing? You know, since he's not killing himself, he's gone to Victorine to see, well, can he prolong life again? Because, you know, life is scary and it's creeping up to my death day. And, you know, I digress on the whole thing, but the point is, I don't know how Roger really feels in this situation. Like, I don't know if he really does feel scared here. You know, like I said, the only times I really felt like he was really truly vulnerable is when he was talking to Madeline after he collapsed that first time. And, or not really that first time, but when Madeline shows up and he tells her what the doctor told him about he's got his mother's disease. Yeah, that's the only time I really felt him being scared. This just felt rehearsed. Like, he was literally in his car like, okay, Victorine, I'm sorry that I was a terrible human being. No, I gotta add more fluctuation on that. Victorine, I'm sorry I was a horrible, you know, it just seems like he rehearsed on his way in. But all of that illusion is broken once she's like, yeah, Dad, I'm sorry. I just had this music going because, and she turns the music off and you hear the chirping. You actually hear the chirping. She's like, I hear this chirping sound and, you know, everyone's telling me they can't hear it, but I hear it. Do you hear it? And he's like, yeah, no, I hear that. What is that sound? Like, he actually hears it. For once, somebody actually hears the sound, because everybody else has not. And as she's looking around, and even he's kind of looking around a little bit, trying to figure it out, she looks up and sees kind of Al walking by, and she's like, oh my God, Al! And she stands up, looks into another room, and she's like, wait a minute, it's all coming back to me now. And then we cut to that night about what happened. Because remember, it cut to black. So right after she says, you are all fucking monsters, and Victorine throws the little statue, it doesn't hit the wall. It hits her square in the back of the head, and I guess she threw with such anger and force and fury, it fucked her up, because she falls back and she starts kind of moaning a little bit, just like she's choking on her own tongue almost. And of course the bodyguard hears this, and Victorine in a panic closes the door, and he's like, hey, is everything okay in there? Yeah, everything's fine. Like, go away. Have you never heard of a woman being eaten out before? Now go away before I replace you, you pervert. And she's standing above Al. She's like, Al, I'm so sorry. And she goes to go for the dial 911, and she thinks about it for a second. She looks at Al, and she goes, I only did this because you were going to tell. I'm so sorry, but you were going to tell. She killed Al. And Al bled out and died right there. And of course, Victorine's trying to crocodile tears. She's trying to bring out something in her, and it's not coming out. And what's also great about this scene is that conveniently in the background of this whole scene, the song Total Eclipse of the Heart is playing, which I love that reference right there. Just the fact that it's about hearts. But after Victorine dies, Al dies, Victorine looks at her and starts thinking, what do I do? Oh, so she takes Al's body, cuts her open, and sticks the heart mesh thing inside of Al. And as Roger's looking around, going, what the hell is that noise? She's like, hey, Dad, I remember now. Like, coming to her senses. And she runs into this room that Roderick has walked into, and there is Al on the table, chest wide open, her heart still beating and pumping, with a little chirping sound being the little heart mesh thing. And she's just, Roderick's just like, what the fuck? Like Roderick, you can just see it on his face. He's just like, he's just done with this shit. And Roderick, Victorine. Okay, so Victorine has lost her mind to the point that she thinks Al's still alive. And she's just like, oh, Al, there you are. Oh my God, like, I'm sorry, Dad. I'm sorry, Dad. She was not being a team player, Dad. And Roger's just like, yeah, no, you got the grant, sweetie. You got the grant. Why don't we go to my office now and fill out the paperwork? No, Dad, no, I am not going until she agrees to be a team player. But Vic, she's dead. What do you mean she's dead? What do you mean? Oh, wait, that could explain the sound of a dead, useless heart. And she's just standing there, just like kind of lost in the oblivion for a second, and Roderick's just like, okay, yeah, let's just go, Victorine. And she's like, no, Dad, wait a minute, I can fix this. She grabs the scalpel, and he's like, okay, you can fix this. How are you gonna fix this? And as she's holding the scalpel, she says something. Now, here's something that's a little interesting to me. This is interesting, because I do not know if for 100% fact what is about to be spoken here was by Victorine, per se. And I say this because how would Victorine know this unless she was there? Because Roderick hadn't made a mention about what he did at his office, contemplating suicide and stuff. But she said that she's holding the scalpel and she's putting it towards her heart. I wish you would just jump. Maybe then I wouldn't have to do this. Who am I kidding? Of course I would. 'Cause work is everything. Success is everything. We just need a better heart. And that is why I don't know if necessary that was 100% Victorine speaking. Maybe Verna might have been influencing a little bit. Could happen, maybe took over a body to say something to Roderick. But the reason why I say I don't know is because Verna at one point does tell Roderick that he can't kill himself because she's just not accepting his resignation like that. So she wouldn't let him kill herself. So she wouldn't have said, I wish you would have jumped. I just want to know, how did Victorine know he contemplated jumping out the window? Maybe he said something off screen and I just didn't see it. Or nobody really saw it. I don't know. But that did get me questioning, though. What was really going on here. But as soon as, she says, we just need a better heart, she stabs herself in the heart and then looks up at her dad and just goes, Daddy, and then falls over dead. And we end the episode with just the chirping sounds. Now, I enjoyed this episode. I'm going to be honest. I enjoyed it because they built this one up so well. They really did. Again, back in the Black Cat, I felt like they spent too much time building up this episode and that particular episode. But it was well worth it because this is a fun episode. It's a great episode. The nods and references to A Telltale Heart is very prominent. And I like it. Granted, we don't have the full dismemberment aspect, and she's not hiding the body parts underneath the floorboard or anything like that. But the reference of the confusion of trying. Okay, so the story of Telltale Heart, like I said, is about an unknown narrator who ends up killing somebody and dismembering them and stuffing them in the floorboard. But there's a deeper underlying meaning behind it because he didn't just kill them because he wanted to. Throughout the story, he is trying to convince us as the reader that he didn't commit these murders, even though he's recounting these murders to us. So that is the aspect we are getting that is inside the story. Again, with Victorine being confused, trying to confirm to us as the watchers and to herself that she's okay. Especially with the fact that we didn't know till the end of the story that she killed Al. She ended up killing Al and then putting that heart mesh in. So I like that they did add that kind of theming aura around this episode. The whole overarching narrative of the unreliable narrative here. Because Victorine is definitely an unreliable narrative. She's losing her fucking mind. But again, so is everybody else. So let's trip on through to the next one so we can watch Tamberlyn lose her mind. This one is Goldbug. Tamberlyn is getting ready for the night and she keeps falling asleep at strange times. Like she goes to make some tea, she'll wake up, tea's done, she's already got it in the cup. She'll go to write down some notes, boom, she done passed out for a second, woke up, tea's gone, she's done wrote all these strange ass notes. At another point, she passes out, wakes up, hears something in the kitchen, goes to investigate, looks into this box, which is her Goldbug box. As soon as she opens it, it's nothing but a bunch of dead bugs and bloody, I didn't even know, it's like bloody meat in there. She freaks out, she looks at it, and she's like, no, Tamberlyn, you gotta go to bed, go to sleep, get some sleep. So she goes to bed, she tries to sleep, but she can't. And she's taken so many sleeping pills, I'm surprised she's not out yet, to be completely honest. I'm surprised, like she's got a will to stay up. But after that, we then cut to Augie and Roderick's talk. And Augie wants to know, how does Roderick know the details? He's like, I can get some of the details, but the fact that you know that your daughter's having trouble sleeping, the fact that you knew about your son's cat, how do you know these details? And he's just like, I told you. My kids are telling me this. Before they died? No, after. And, of course, he can't believe this shit, but, what else is he supposed to do? So after that, we then cut to Roderick, who is now covered in blood. Head to toe. He's covered in blood. And he's opening up a container. He's going on this beautiful little rant about these brand new jewels he just acquired. And he's just like, yes, these are the jewels from the great priestess that we took from her grave. They're so beautiful. I'll give them to Madeline as a birthday gift. But yes, I knew I had to get these for her, though. It didn't matter the cost. It didn't matter the money. What kind of money is it to this person and that person and this? Or how much does it cost to an archaeologist or an explorer? How much money does it take for me to finally get what I want? And it's these jewels. And what's great about this is that these jewels are literally the exact same color that everybody else's eyes are throughout the whole show. All the ghosts, that is. All the ghosts have a very similar kind of glossy, bluish black glow to them. And they're very similar to these jewels. And again, if you know where, you've seen the show, you know where this is going. You know at the end of the show that he puts the jewels inside of Madeline's eyes so you can see not see everything, but so she could be, I guess, pass on to the afterlife as a goddess. Because he's all about making sure she's the queen of everything. But as he's going on about this whole, how he acquired the jewels, and he tells them, he says, oh, these are gifts for Madeline for her birthday. You're like, who the hell is he talking to? He's talking to his dead kids. He's literally having an entire argument with his dead kids. And they're just standing there, menacingly. They're not even talking to him. They're just looking at him. But after that, Madeline then comes in, and he quickly puts, her birthday present away, and he sits down, and she's like, oh my God, Roderick, what the hell? And he's just like, I had to do what I had to do, man. you took it out yourself? Because you see the heart mesh on the table. And he's like, yeah, it was Fortunato property. Had to take it. Couldn't risk it. And she's just, her mind is blown. Her mind is generally blown by all this. But after that, Madeline then, is talking to, sorry, I was reading my notes real quick. Madeline, is talking to Roderick about it, about Verna. Like, this has got to be Verna. She's got to be stopped. And he's just like, it's not Verna. I saw her do it herself. She stabbed herself. I was there. I was in the room. It was not this mysterious woman. And Madeline tells him that Victorine was on the board and that she was one of the swing votes. And then suddenly he cares. Because originally when Madeline comes in, so we're talking about Verna and about how clearly it has to be Verna killing her. And he's just like, no, Victorine did it herself. He just doesn't care. He's just like, water under the bridge kind of thing. Like, he really just doesn't care until she says, oh, Victorine was on the board, and now that she's gone, suddenly he cares. Suddenly he's like, oh yeah, you're right. That gives me something to do. Like his exact words too. That gives me something to do. Arthur, get Arthur in here. We need to start pressuring on the board members. I got things to do. But what about Verna? Man, let me deal with the boardroom. Just let me deal with the boardroom. Let me deal with the board. So Madeline decides she'll deal with Verna. He's going to deal with the board. We then cut to Juno, who is now waking up and realizing she's alone in this big-ass house by herself. And, of course, she's leaving voicemail. She's texting. Nobody's answering. She's making her own breakfast, which is a bunch of pills. Breakfast of champions, as she says. And shortly after this, she sees on the news about what happened to Victorine. At the exact same time, Frederick and his daughter are also watching the news broadcast too about this, and they just can't believe it. And of course, Lenore's just like, oh my God, Dad, are we in danger? No. We're not in danger. No, it's okay. We're going to be okay. They were different. They aren't like us, sweetie, okay? They aren't like us. And he looks at his wife and he's like, did you hear that, Maury? Did you hear that? Horrifying news. Victorine killed herself and then Al. Oh my God. But it shows to go you. You can never know who someone really is. And he just kind of gives her a menacing look as he says that. Like, bro, okay, there's a little bit more of that spiral going. I see that little twinge right there. And he's like, okay, baby, but let's leave mommy alone now. Let's get you to school. We then cut to Bill going over to check on Tamerlan, and he's just like, oh my God, Tamerlan, I heard what happened. Are you okay? No, I'm not okay, but no, Bill, I don't need you here. I'm good. And he's just like, listen, baby, I get it. You're under a lot of stress. I get what's going on, but please don't shut me out. And she just completely blows Bill off. She's just like, Bill, I got bigger things to worry about right now, okay? I got my product launching. I need to do good on this. I gotta do good. And eventually, at some point, I guess during the conversation, after she lashes out and she tells Bill to leave the keys on the floor, she quote unquote falls asleep. There's a little nodding off and coming back thing, but she doesn't realize it. And after she lashes out on him and tells him to get the fuck on somewhere and leave his key, she then catches herself and then she starts crying a little bit and goes, I'm sorry, Bill. I'm sorry. I'm just under a lot of pressure right now. I'm under a lot of stress. I don't mean to lash out on you. I truly am sorry. And she looks up and he's just gone. She missed it. She missed her opportunity to say sorry to him. And all that's left is the key on the table. And it's so sad because, again, you can see where a bit of a mother is trying to come out of her, where she wants to open up emotionally, because you know Roger, he shut down emotionally. Like, he don't speak about emotion, he don't like emotions, he don't care for emotions. But you can see Tamerlan, she kind of cares, and Frederick, he kind of cares too, because you can see that in his family. But he's starting to have cracks, and so is she. And again, I just find that so sad. We then cut to Roderick's office, and Lenore, she didn't go to school. She went straight to see her grandpa, and he is not doing good. He's holding that sword that he had earlier when he's contemplating killing himself, and he's just like kind of rambling on to himself. And she's making a comment like she's worried about everybody. She's just like, listen, I'm worried about you. I'm worried about Dad. Dad's not acting right ever since. You know, you're acting crazy. You know, people are, you know, family members are dying. And he looks at her, and he starts quoting the Raven to her. And then once he finishes up saying a couple of the lines from the actual poem itself, he looks at her and asks if she can see them. And she turned around. She doesn't see anybody. And she's like, no, Grandpa, are you okay? Are you all right? And he's just like, yeah, I'm fine, sweetie. I'm fine. I'm tired, you know. It's been a stressful, long day. I'm tired. After that, we then cut to Arthur going over the crime scene at Victorine's house, and of course, he's like, yeah, that's Fortunata's property. Up, that's also Fortunata's property. Up, this is also Fortunata's property. Doing that shenanigans. And he sees the driver's license with Vernon's address on it and everything. And he looks at it, and he's like, all right, I got something. We then cut back to Tamerlan, who goes to find her dad, and she goes she's going to the house, and instead of finding her dad, she finds Juno there. And Juno is on a little ramble, she's like, yeah, I haven't heard from your dad, but according to his assistant, his assistant was really nice, by the way. Yeah, she spoke to him, and he's okay. He's just at the office right now, and I didn't realize how empty and big this house was, especially by myself and everything, and I thought, once I married into the family, that, I would have a big family, because I've always wanted the big family to be loved and everything, but I'm more alone than I ever was before. And Tamerlan for once, instead of saying something snarky or underhanded or downward towards her, sympathizes with her. Actually feels some kind of connection with her for like a second. And I think even Juno feels it too. Because instead of lashing out and saying something, she just casually, just nonchalantly, by the way, just nonchalantly, just like, I understand. Well, he does this, just don't take it personal. Dad's always been like this. He never answers the phone for anybody, especially when there's business going afoot. It'll be okay. I'm sure he'll talk to you. But if you see my dad before I do, tell him I stopped by, and she leaves. But I like that moment, though, because of the fact that she didn't say anything mean to Juno. And I think it's because she kind of feels that way, too. Not wanting the big family, but wanting to be loved. Wanting to be supported by somebody. Because you can see it with Bill. You can obviously see it with Bill. And the fact that she tried to apologize to Bill once, but of course she fell asleep and couldn't. And then another time she tried to stop him from walking out. But she is pushing him away. And then you can even see it when she's talking to Madeline, because she makes a comment to Madeline that she misses Bill. Like, she straight up misses Bill. But, I think she kind of just sympathizes with Juno about that. So that's why she wasn't snarky or mean or anything. She's just like, you know what, Dad just does this. But after that, we then cut to Madeline plotting and planning with Arthur about taking over the company, because she doesn't feel like Roderick's health is going to allow him to make correct choices for the company. And Arthur's just like, are you sure you want to do this? She's like, it's not my choice, but you know how the board is. And you know what? This is one of the hardest things I have ever had to do. Sure it is, Madeline. Sure it is. You're taking the company from your brother. So hard. So hard right now. Oh, wait, I do apologize. That's not the scene right here. She is plotting and planning right now. She's still trying to take but this ain't the talk with Arthur. Sorry, I misread my notes because Arthur does end up calling her. But she's actually talking to, I guess, her assistants or something about improving the tech to give to the boards so she can show off to the boards what she's got. Because, again, she's trying to knock Roderick out of the CEO position or the COO, whatever position he's in, the leader of the group. She's trying to knock him down, basically take over. And this is one of her schemes right here, is to show off that AI technology that she was working with Lenore about, I guess, living forever. It's internal use. I don't know. It's some kind of cool AI program, though. But as she's talking to that, she sends them on her way, and then Arthur calls and informs her that she found the address that Verna had on her ID, and that this is a personal attack, and it is coming after her personally. She's like, well, how do you know? How can you tell? Oh, I just know. And we get to see it, but Madeline don't. But it's her house. Her childhood home her and Roger grew up in. It's the address Verna had. Ba-dooch. We then cut to Augie and Roderick's talk, and they're talking about how kind of how cool Arthur is. They're just like, Arthur Pym, you could have sent anybody out there, and we sent him. We sent him. You want to know why we sent him? You want to know why? Because he was seeing the world while we were peddling our BS drama at Fortunato's basement, digging around there, doing what we gotta do. He was exploring the world. He was seeing everything. He saw, and he told the stories to all my kids and everything, but he never talked about the North Pole. He always stopped the story at the North Pole. And my kids used to play this game to try to guess, what he did. But then he proceeds to say that Arthur once told Tamerlane that the earth is hollow, and that on his voyage he found an island. I'm going to try to say it, but I'm probably going to say it wrong. The Ultima Thule? Ultima Thule? Ultima, and then the next word is Thule. They say it in the show, I just don't know how to pronounce it. But it's a realm of beings that live beneath us and out of time and out of space. Kind of sounds like Verna, huh? Kind of sounds like Verna. Kind of seems like Arthur might have met Verna at some point, which Verna actually clarifies that, yeah, no, she did. She met him. And he's just like, and Augie is just like, so did he meet her that day? No, he didn't meet her that day. Kind of foreshadowing that he met her at a later date, though. And then Augie continues on to say, well, I remember the exposition that Arthur was in. I remember watching it on TV because, I was unemployed. Fucking, I love this. I love this next scene because he makes that comment. Oh, I was unemployed, and Roger's just like, oh, don't try to do that. Don't try to do that. Because the reason why I'm laughing so hard or trying to hold in my laughter so hard for this is because Eric didn't see this scene coming, so he actually physically jumped a little bit because we were watching in our bed. And so he physically jumped because he didn't see this one coming. But as, Augie and him are arguing about being unemployed, and he's just like, oh, just get over it, Augie. Just get over it. That's water under the... And as soon as he says that, the windows behind him shatter, making him fall forward. And he's all quiet, and he's looking up on the ground. You hear somebody walking on the broken glass, and it's Tamerlane's ghost coming around, and she's all cut up and bruised and shit. And then you have like a little moment of humanity from Roderick himself when he's sitting there on the ground. He's just like, Tamerlane, sweetie, please no, please don't do this, please. Like he actually feels something here. Some other emotions besides cockiness. But Augie's there, and he's just like, hey, Roderick, you okay? And everything goes back to normal, of course. And Augie is sitting there, or not sitting there, but he's standing there, and he's just like, hey, man, it's going to be okay. Augie is there and asks him if he needs any kind of help, though. And as he goes to, help him up and grabs his hand, of course, that gives us into a nice transition into a flashback. Ooh, flashback. Roderick is now going into the building to get the papers, to make those copies and everything. And after he gets done, before he goes there, he's laying in bed. He's talking to Annabelle about this, and she's just like, Roderick, are you sure about this? Are you sure? Because, you are going to get fired. You're going to get fired, we're going to struggle. Baby, yes, we're going to do this because it's the right thing to do. It's the correct thing to do. Okay, if that's what you believe, I'm willing to follow you. I'm willing to be there for you and follow you. Basically, she's commending him for being a hero. She's just like, Roderick, you're actually doing something fantastic. And she's willing to go with him through this entire ordeal. No matter how broke they were going to be, she is and was willing. That's the sad part. She was willing to go through all the shenanigans. But Roderick had to be Roderick, didn't he? But after that, he ends up going in and getting the papers and getting all the copies and just keeping in mind that this is worth it to him. This is worth it to him. Not knowing that he has another plan, or let me rephrase that, Madeline created another plan for them to follow. Because Madeline is such a lovely person, isn't she? Is such a kind, caring, sweet person. Not really, but we carry on. So after that flashback, Madeline shows Roderick proof of Verna. And it's... I don't know why Roderick is in such denial about Verna. And about, why... Again, I can 100% understand why he would not want to accept the fact that he's going to die, but for a fact you talk to a woman named Verna. It's rather obvious you recognize this woman. Madeline recognizes her, you recognize her. Why are you denying this BS, bro? Just own up to it. But that's something Roderick does throughout this whole show. He denies everything, even the deaths of all of these thousands and thousands of people he has caused from his pill. Like, Roderick is a denier. He's a bullshitter. That's basically it. Roger is a bullshitter. But Arthur is also there, so he's breaking it down. He's like, listen, I looked into that bar you were talking about, Madeline. Yeah, it was never a bar, and it was vacant since 1975. And then he proceeds to start showing them pictures dating back to 1901. Verna with several well-known, highly known politics, influential people, influencers, like Mark Zuckerberg. I actually saw Donald Trump in there. Like young Donald Trump. You blink as you miss him, but you see him in one of the photos, the young Donald Trump in there. But you see him with the Rockefellers. Like, you see Verna with everybody. All the way back to 1901. They're just like, this is impossible. She had to, crack into the database, plant these pictures or something. Like, this is impossible. What are you trying to say? She's an immortal woman or something? And even Arthur himself can't believe this. He's just like, listen. I'm not saying she's not this, but if she is a woman who is going this extent, this is some how did he put it? Some FBI coded shit going on. Like, this is some crazy shenanigans, some crazy, deep-seated coding she's got to go through to make us be convinced of all of this. But if she's trying to convince us of all of this to have this exact conversation, the real question is, why? Why is she doing this? Because Arthur don't know about the deal. So Arthur's, trying to get to the whole why scenario. Like, seriously though, I'm with Arthur though. Just I wouldn't believe this either if I was Arthur. But anyway, after that, we then cut to I'm about to say Lorraine, not Lorraine, Lenore. Lenore and her mom are watching Netflix. Yes, they did that, by the way. They had their own little nod and reference there. And Gerald's game, by the way. And she's asking, Mom, do you want to watch a TV or a movie show? Or a movie? And she's like, movie. Oh my God, Mom, you're saying this. Which one do you want to watch? And she looks at her and she's like, I love you. And of course, Lenore is all excited. She goes rushing to her dad. She's like, Dad, she's talking. She's doing this. She's doing so much better. And Dad really could care less. He's bowling in his damn kitchen again. Still though, I wish I was that rich. I wish I was so rich I had a bowling alley in my kitchen. That is rich right there. Hell, I just wish I had a room for bowling. But like I said, he doesn't seem so impressed, and he's just like, it'll be okay, we got the specialists coming. Well, when are they coming, Dad? They're coming, I promise. They show up when you're not here at, when you're at school and stuff, but I promise, they are coming. They're here. They do their thing. Listen, sweetie, I don't want you to worry about any of this, okay? Like, don't worry about the specialists and all that. Let the adults handle this, okay? But, of course, she's just worried about everybody. And you could tell her like 1,004 times, sweetie, don't worry about this. Don't worry about this. I think that's just her character. She is just going to worry. She's just honestly going to worry. And, again, he just don't care. He don't care. And she knows something's up. She knows something's up with her dad because suddenly he's not caring. Now, this is where I have a bit of a moment I was talking about. From this moment and into the next moment where Frederick goes to talk to his wife, I feel like there should have been like an extra scene or at least a little bit of dialogue between him and her before he put her into the nightshade drug coma thing. Like, straight up, I feel like if he would have had the cell phone, right? And this is how the scene I wish would have played out. After, she tells him, oh, mom's awake, he goes into the room, right? He walks up to her, and he's just like, oh, she tells me you're talking now. So you're in a talking mood. Explain this, and then pull out the cell phone. And then watch him spiral that way. Watch him just look at her, go, explain the cell phone, and then watch him jump to the conclusion of, you were fucking Perry, weren't you? You were fucking Perry. It would have been an actual nice kind of character development to watch him actually jump to that conclusion. Instead of him coming to that conclusion off screen, we should have seen him do it on screen with the phone and actually just shown him, like, shove the phone in her face or something and then maybe smash the phone and go, you know what? It doesn't even matter. It doesn't even matter. You can talk to me. You can tell me everything you want. You can tell me the password so I can see what I already know. But you know what? And then proceed to drug her. I feel like just that little bit scene, that extra scene would have really made his character downfall more. I really feel like that would have been a more well thought out moment. But again, I'm seeing a little bit of where they didn't think some of the scenes all the way through. Like, they had the scene, and they're about 99.9% there. They're just off by that 0.1%. Like, seriously, straight up. That's literally like the best way I can describe it is that they're literally off by 0.1%. Anyway, I digress for a second. But after that, though, and he goes to confront her, what really happens is he goes to confront her, and he's like, oh, she tells me you're talking now. Doesn't really matter, though. You're just a liar. Who cares? She's like, Freddie, no. Like seriously, like, she really not much she could say. She's in pain. But Freddie ends up drugging her with the nightshade, so she's kind of paralyzed. And he specifically says, I want you to be paralyzed. I want you to see me. Make sure you see me. Because I want you to be painful and slow for you. Because that's what you have done. You have cracked the foundation of our life and love. I want this to be painful and slow. Like, he really wants control. You're seeing that controlling side of his father coming out in him now. We then cut to Madeline checking on Roderick, who is back in front of the fucking wall again. And, oh shit, sorry, I'm burping. Oh, there we go. And she's trying to convince him to get his shit together, come upstairs, Goldbud's coming out, you know, your daughter needs you, and he's just like, nah, I'm good. I forgot to make a mention, so I love this one line that Madeline said as she's walking in to meet Roderick. She's like, when my secretary told me where you were at, I nearly spit my tea out. Because I guess she was surprised that he's been coming down there quite a lot. Like, very frequently, he's been coming down there to talk to the wall. Or talk shit to the wall. But, you know, he doesn't care. He doesn't care that his daughter needs him. You know, he's just like, do you hear it? Hear what, Roderick? The bells. She looks at the wall, looks at him, and slaps the shit out of him. Just, like, one good slap. You know what's going on, Roderick. Quit acting like you don't know what's going on. Like, she literally slapped. That's literally what she says. She slaps him and tells him, you know what's going on. Stop acting like you don't. And he's like, no, I don't know what's going on. I'm dying. I know that I'm dying. That's all I know. And she's like, you know what? Pull your head out of your ass and be here for what's left of your kids. She's fine. Tamerlane's fine. She's got this. What? She's surrounded by, 100 people up there? Tamerlane's not okay, by the way. We cut to her, and she's getting ready to get ready for the talk. And Madeline's trying to prep her. She's like, you got this. You know, break both legs. You got this. And she's like, no, I don't. You know, I kind of miss Bill. Forget men. You don't need Bill. You know, I thought I missed my first husband, too. And then I realized it was just indigestion. Like, you don't need men. You don't want men. I mean, seriously, what do men want? All they want is you to carry a baby. Oh, I know. What is it about them always wanting you to have babies? Like, seriously. But, you know, she's trying to calm her down. And, you know, she's like, you got this. Don't worry about this. Okay? She walks off. And Tamerlane's sitting up there, and she has one of her little stizzies where she dozes off for a second. She hears the announcer going, and bring out Tamerlane Ushers. So she goes to go out. She hears somebody talking for her. And it's Verna talking for her. And she goes, what the fuck are you doing here? And she does this right in front of the stage as she's walking out of the stage. And it turns out it's a presenter. And she's looking, and she's like, so she gotta, gotta catch herself. She just fucked up her own presentation here. So she catches herself. So she goes, yeah, what the, and pardon my French, but what the fuck are we doing here? Like, yeah, guys, what are we doing here? Well, we're here because we want to build a better life, a better future for a better health. Like, she's really coming back. Like, she's actually finding her footing here. She's giving off a great speech. Now, she's on point. And as she is talking through the whole ordeal of the presentation, she's seeing Verna appear in the audience every now and then, nothing too jarring, but just enough to kind of catch her attention. That she's stumbling over her words every now and then, but she's going through the presentation just fine. And then at one point, as they're getting this video, section ready, she sees Verna again kind of closer to her and goes, what the fuck are you doing here? And she's fortunately looking at Juno, who is there in the audience. And this woman, she's been a treat this whole time. The entire time she's been sitting there, right? And the first time they're like, let's look underneath your seats, guys, to see what fantastic boxes have been made for you guys specifically. And she grabs the box. She's like, I'm sure it's a box full of poop. I know it. But she's sitting there, though, when Tamerlane's like, what the fuck are you doing here? She's like, I'm supporting you. Like, poor Juno. Poor Juno. But as she's trying to, get herself back, Tamerlane's like, go to the video. And as the video is playing, she's seeing Verna take over her position, and then it's her sex tape with Verna. And she's seeing this. She's like, turn it off. Turn it off. And in the sex tape, you hear, I've had a long, stressful day. Why don't you eat her armpit out and then eat her ass out? Yeah, do you want me to do this as well? No, just make it natural, make it seem like I'm not telling you what to do now, okay? Like, actually, you do it like you want it or something. And nobody else can see the sex tape but her. So she's freaking out. She's like, turn it off. She grabs the microphone and she proceeds to beat the TVs with the microphone stand. And she turns around. She sees Verna coming towards her. So in an instinct, and I'm sorry. I didn't mean to laugh as hard as I did during this scene, but I couldn't help it. I really couldn't, because this actress put out like 110% of effort during this stunt. But in the midst of Verna coming up, Tamerlane panics and throws the microphone stand off the stage and hits Juno in the head. And poor Juno goes flying back and gets unconscious. Oh, poor Juno, poor Juno. But after that, of course, this entire time as well, Madeline's been in the audience seeing Tamerlane freak out. So she's looking around. I think she senses Verner's around too. So she stands up and puts her glasses on. So she starts looking. And after Juno gets hit with the microphone stand, and someone goes, oh, Tamerlane Ushers finish, Madeline starts looking around and sees Verna. And so she's running to Verna, and she's like, I'm here. And she goes to grab Verna. And as soon as her hands touch Verna, it's just soot. It's just black soot. And she's looking at her hands, and people are moving around, freaking out. And her hands are just covered in this black soot. And poor Tamerlane's done ran off at this point. But we then cut to Tamerlane, who is now going to her house. She comes slamming in the door. Now, what I love about this scene, not only is this a well-executed scene, but this was the scene that got me into the show. When I was going through Netflix and I was given this as a suggestion, I watched, of course, the preview, and usually the preview is usually a trailer or a scene from the show itself, and this was the scene. This was the scene it was showing me, and after I saw what was going on, I was like, I gotta see how this plays out. So I sat down and binge-watched it. But Tamerlane's at her house, and she hears her phone go off, so she throws her phone, and then she hears Verna kind of mocking her, mimicking her, pretending to talk to Bill. It's going, Bill, I'm so sorry. I don't know what happened. And Tamerlane runs in, grabs a fire poker, and proceeds to swing and hits nothing. And she can hear Verna's voice going, and it's not too late. You can call him. You can talk to him. I mean, the least you can give him is an apology. He deserves that. I mean, he ate all that ass for you, so... And she, of course, Tamerlane's just fucking losing this. She's smashing these these mirrors. And every time she smashes, right before she smashes these mirrors, instead of seeing herself in the mirror, she's seeing Verna. So that's why she's attacking the mirrors. And as she's going through, Verna's just taunting her. It's just fucking with her. And she's just like, when you were in the womb, you did absorb your twin. So this could be it. I could be your twin, fucking with you. Nah. I just had to say that, though. I had to really say that. And she's like, fuck you! And, just smashing the mirrors. And then, of course, Verna calms down. She's like, that was cruel. I'm sorry for that. But you need to relax. You just need to calm down and relax. And she smashes another mirror. She's like, you need to relax before you hurt yourself. And at this point, Tamerlane, by the way, like I made a mention in the beginning of the podcast, the lighting. This room is saturated. When Victorine was having her moments, the room was saturated with yellowish white coloring. And here, it's green. It's all green. The room is saturated in green. Hell, she's even wearing green. That's something else I noticed too, that not only are the siblings wearing the colors that are matching the rooms, but just the room colors themselves. So again, I like that nod. I like that little reference, that, you know, the saturation of color. But, I mean, hell, actually, no, that goes into color theory, and I don't think I have time to do a whole color theory synopsis here about how the colors could represent the type of envies or sins they commit a lot. Because what would be some of the sins? Again, that's a whole nother color theory and shit like that. Maybe for like a fun off the wall topic, if anybody ever wants to talk about that. Hell, maybe we can discuss it in the comments below. But anyway, I digress. The point is, the room is saturated with greens, and she's wearing green, so there's greens everywhere, and she's in the bedroom on the bed, and there's broken, shattered pieces of mirror everywhere. You know, she's cut up, she's bleeding a little bit, and she finally admits she fucked up. She's like, I fucked up. And then Verna says, well, that's an understatement. And she looks up because there's a mirror right above her. And Tamerlane, for some weird reason, just jumps up and stabs the mirror. And in a beautiful slow-mo shot, she's falling down into the bed. The most epic slow-mo, by the way. I'm talking about put some Auto Marie behind this shit, and you got like an amazing slow-mo here. But as she's falling, and it's quiet. It's dead quiet. You can't really hear much of anything, except the glass kind of tingling together. You see the glass landing on the bed. You see the glass falling off the ceiling. You see her slowly going down. And then you hear the slow crunching sound of the glass stabbing her and impaling her, and her laying on the glass and it crunching up and all that, and it's all epic slow-mo, and then suddenly it speeds up and you just hear an audible as a big shard of mirror comes down and stabs Tamerlane in the neck, killing her instantly. We're left in quietness as we end that episode and move on to the next. Now, I like Goldbug. I do. Because I went back and I had to reread Goldbug so I get the full understanding of the story. And the themes. They went with the themes again like they did in the last episode with the whole, you know, unreliable narrative. With this one, the narrative is a guy finds a Goldbug treasure that drives him insane. And basically, it's kind of Tamerlane right here. This obsession with Goldbug is driving her crazy. She's not thinking well. She ain't sleeping well. She's not doing well. And unfortunately, she paid the price for it. But I like the theming overall, and I like what they did with this episode by, you know, incorporating not only the Goldbug as a product itself, which is the whole symbol in the story, but the way Tamerlane's character kind of just goes crazy. Like, we don't spend a lot of time with her in those first few episodes. But as we get, like I even said this in the first podcast about this. But as we got closer to her episodes, we spent more time with her. And you saw her world basically crack, shatter, and get destroyed all within a few episodes. And that's a natural progression that I like. And it's really, really nice to see that. And I'm sad that she fucked over Bill like that, but she had time. And again, it goes back to what I've always said about Berna having some kind of sympathy for the kids. I think when it came to Victorine, she had no sympathy at all because Victorine killed Al, and she don't really care. So Al is her like driving force of why Victorine had to die. But Tamerlane, not only was it more psychological with her basically being her own enemy. If you think about it, Verna was pretending to be her because she is her own worst enemy. And I mean Tamerlane's her own worst enemy, because Tamerlane's got to be perfect, be perfection. She's got to be better than what Dad expects. And she can't do that, because that's just the way life is. That's the way, unfortunately, her life is. That she thinks anyway that her life could be, is to be perfect, and she's not. So with Tamerlane's downfall, I think it goes very well with the story. I like everything. I like the way this episode turned out. I like the build up to everything. I think it was really well done. So let's go on to an episode that I absolutely adore next to the Mask of the Red Death. This is the next episode I absolutely adore. I love this episode because finally, I get to see some justice. I get to see justice. And I get to see Bernie get mad. I get to see Bernie get mad because, like I said, with, Camille, with Perry, with everybody else, she tried to give them second chances. Not much with Victorine. She didn't give Victorine much of a second chance at the end. Like, she did try to give her a couple of second chances. I'm not gonna lie. Throughout the episode, building up with all the conversations they had, she tried to give her second chances there. But near the end, when it was time to plummet that heart, that scalpel into her heart, yeah, there was no second chances. But she did that with everybody else. But Victorine kind of got a second chance. Perry, Leo, Camille, they got their second chances. Tamerlane even got a second chance. Granted, they were all going to die. We all know this for a fact. They're all going to die. But we know that she could have made their deaths a lot peaceful and easier to deal with. Much more comfortable. She could have maybe resolved some stuff. People could have resolved some stuff before they died. Not with Frederick. No, she has an intense hatred for Frederick. And that's why I love this episode. So let's dive on in. We start with Frederick as a young boy back in 1979. And he is looking at the clock on the wall. And it's one of those classic cat clocks with the eyes kind of follow a pendulum, kind of. Wink, wink, nod, nudge. And as he's looking at this clock, he's playing with his loud fire truck toy that's making a bunch of noise. And Augie and Roderick are trying to go through dialogue of what they got to say during this testimonial hearing that they got to do. And, of course, Roderick's getting flustered, getting angry, and he kind of lashes out at Frederick after telling him multiple times to stop with the toy. He did. He told him multiple times, stop with the damn toy, kid. Like, I love you, son, but stop. Stop. He didn't stop, so he used the toy. And eventually, Annabelle comes in. She's just like, Roderick, calm down. They're just kids. They're playing. I'm busy, honey. I'm busy. And she's like, all right, why don't you go play in Mommy's room? Honey, why don't you go make yourself some tea or something? Yeah, that seems best. That seems best. And he walks off. And Annabelle looks at Augie and just goes, when he does this, he's going to get fired, right? Yeah, I know, and we appreciate it. And we're sure this is going to take the company down, right? Yeah, as long as he can confess to it and point it out that he didn't do this, we got a case, we got something. Okay. Then promise me this, that at the end, once everything's done, you will take care of us. No. I want to promise. I promise, Annabelle. I promise. After that, she smiles. Roderick comes back. It's all good. They go back to rehearsal. We then cut to present tense, back with Roderick and Augie talking again. And Augie makes a mention about Annabelle. And about how she was based the whole reason he even went on this journey with them. He trusted Annabelle because she trusted him. And he was willing to do this because he trusted Annabelle. And when Annabelle trusted the wrong person, which was Roderick, not even Augie. But he makes a mention, though, that she was the only good usher, and Roderick corrects him, saying, no, she wasn't just the only good one. Lenore is also a good one as well, which is true. Lenore, she's a sweetie. We all love her. He describes it as she's all the best of Annabelle Lee without the broken heart. Which is true. Because as we learned throughout this episode and the next, Annabelle went through a lot of tragedy. a lot of fucked up situations because of Roderick being the way he was, because he was so greedy and taking the kids away. It broke her. It destroyed her. It really did. And that's a sad factor about it. And Roderick, before cutting to another scene, we have Roderick reciting the Annabelle Lee poem. And Roderick is, I'm going to be honest, I love the way he does the Annabelle Lee poems. No matter which version of Roderick I watch, whether it be the young version or the older version, both actors, when using the Annabelle Lee poem, they put their emotions behind it, and I feel that. Like, when young Roderick is doing it towards Annabelle, it's such a loving moment. You can see it in his eyes, you can see it in his voice, and the way he moves towards Annabelle. He loves her, and she's everything to him. And you can see when he recites it as an older person, he still has that love, but you can see a bit of that heartbreak in his eyes, just a little bit. It's like back there, somewhere behind that big ass ego of his. You can see it. It breaks his heart when he thinks about Annabelle, because Annabelle Lee was his love. That was everything to him, and he lost that because of money, because of greed. But we cut to Roderick arguing with Madeline about the bodyguards not doing their job because he's pissed that Tamerlane's dead. And he's just like, why didn't anyone do anything to stop her? Why didn't anyone do anything to stop her from leaving, from throwing this mic stand at my wife? Why didn't anyone do anything? Especially when broken glass was happening. Why didn't the bodyguard go in? Why am I even hiring these people? I'm going to sue that fucking bodyguard company into the ground. Like, damn, Roderick, calm down, homie. Calm the hell down. Madeline, she don't know what to think. This is like one of the few moments in this show you see her confused as fuck. She's just like, I touched her, and she was just ash. She was just dust, just black dust. Like, you see her actually confused for once in this whole show, and it is beautiful. I love it. I really do. And they end up talking about Freddie and about how he is now the only usher left, and he is now the only swing vote left, and that Arthur needs to start strangling board members and start digging up shit from the past. And he's like, at this point, we have gone to college territory. And he's like, bring it up. Strong arm them. We need to make sure we keep the vote. Freddie don't know he's a swing vote, though. That's the sad part. Freddie don't know until Roger talks to him. But before we can get to that, Madeline pulls Arthur aside to talk to him. This is what I was talking about earlier, where they're talking about taking over the company from Roderick because his health is not making good choices here. And it's one of the hardest decisions he ever had to make. And Arthur's just like, sure it is. Sure it is. And even I'm like, sure it is, Madeline. Tell me more. Tell me more lies. Tell me more lies of how hard this must be to betray your own brother. Tell me more. But she mainly like I said, she mainly wants to do this because of the fact she wants to move the company into tech and away from pill pushing. So she literally thinks she honestly believes she can beat this. Like, the way she's making moves, she believes she can beat this. She thinks Roderick's going to be the one to die, not both of them. And that's what I think is so funny. She's always sitting there going, don't underestimate somebody. But she underestimated Roderick, and she underestimated Verna. Like straight up. So after that, we then cut to Fred, who went completely psycho now. So like I said, we literally went from that one moment from the last episode, and now we got into him being completely fucking psycho. And again, I think if we would have had that one scene where he tried to confront her about the phone, if he actually would attempt to confront her and then jump to the conclusions himself about it, I think that would have been a more natural progression, to be honest. But he has put all the wedding photos, like literally a wedding photo. It's just one wedding photo, and he's done like copied it 10,000 times. He's done enlarged it. He's done like plastered this thing all over the room, everywhere. There's like pictures all over the place of just their wedding day. And he has done more cocaine. He's drugged her up again, and he's sitting there and he's talking to her like, "Do you remember that first time we ever met? Oh, that first time, your smile's what dragged me to you. You know, you came over there and it was just like, you look like someone who just really needs a friend. I look like someone who really needs a friend." And it was so sweet and so genuine and so real. But not now, Maury. Not now. Like seriously, he's gone like psychotic. Like he's literally doing a Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde real well. Like he's not even waiting for that potion to end. He's like, whoo, 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 whoo. Like he's crazy. Like think Tommy Lee Jones Two-Face, but dial it back by like 3, cause he ain't that crazy now. But he's crazy, but he ain't that crazy. But after he has a little psycho moment with his wife, he gets a phone call and he's getting told that he's got to come into this board meeting. So he's got to go, and he goes to tell his wife bye, and he's like, "Oh yeah, by the way, where's your ring at? You know what? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I'll find it. I'm sure I will." And he walks off. And then we cut to Roderick and Frederick arguing about the damn building again, about how he needs to take it down. And he's just like, "Why is it so important, Dad?" "Because I'm counting on you to take care of this. And I can't count on you to do this one simple task. What makes you think I can count on you to do smaller tasks? Which means I can't count on you to do the bigger task. So I need to count on you because you're all that's left. You're all that's left, Frederick. That's it. You're the swing vote. I need to count on you." And for once, Frederick is feeling it. He's like, "Dad needs me? Oh, Dad, Father needs me. Papa? Holy, okay, yeah, I'm the CEO now. Yeah, I got this." So he's feeling on top of the world right now. We then cut to Juno, who is now having a private conversation with Roderick's doctor about getting off the pills. Now she's making moves. And basically, he breaks it down to her. He's like, you can do it. You can do it. It's going to take some time, and it's going to be slow and painful, but you got this, Because she keeps making a mention, how do I get off this so-called non-addictive drug? Yeah, if it's non-addictive, it should be pretty fucking easy, right? Why are they telling her it's not easy? I don't know. Maybe because of the fact that this is a very addictive drug. But, that's just me personally. But he does tell her that it's going to take 3 years. It's going to be slowly. She's going to have to take it one step at a time. Slowly shrink her doses down. It's going to take roughly 3 years. And she thinks she can do it. But after that, we then cut to Freddy. And he's all coked up again, and he is making demands for the building to be torn down. He's on the phone, by the way. He's just like, "I am Frederick Usher, okay? You listen to me." And they will listen to the Roderick Usher, they'll listen to my ass, okay? Because I am Frederick Usher. Like, he is literally just he's letting this whole CEO thing go to his head. He's literally on top of the world, though. And he looks at his wife. And he goes, see, now that I'm the CEO, everyone suddenly wants to listen to me. Everyone suddenly wants to take my advice and do what I say. Like, Jesus Christ, Maureen. My father always told me that I had to protect my house and be on top of this and to not let it crack. And once it does, you got to keep it fixed. You got to fix it. You got to make sure it's right, and we got to stand by it. And Maury, I'm sorry, but you've already cracked this. But we can fix this. We can fix this. He then drugs her. He then grabs a pair of pliers. He then proceeds to rip out her teeth. Luckily, we don't see it, but we do see him grab the pliers, go to her, and then literally the next scene we see him putting a fucking mint box down, and I know what's in that mint box. We all know what was in that mint box, and it wasn't minty mints. You know it, I know it, we all know it. It was no minty mints in there. But yeah, he pulled out her teeth. He pulled out her teeth while she was, which means she was aware of the entire situation, probably felt the entire pain of getting like a full root canal and then some. But she's still alive. She's still alive, by the way. She's alive and felt everything. And as Frederick's feeling great about life, especially after torturing his wife, he gets another phone call. And as he's on the phone call, he kind of zones out for a second, and we just hear this little clinking sound. Just a little clinking sound. And then suddenly he comes back, and he's just like, listen, we're going to get that building tore down. Otherwise, I want to come down there and pull your teeth out with a pair of pliers, huh? Yeah. Ha! Yeah, I got him. I showed him. Oh, they're not going to mess with us anymore. But where is your wedding ring at, sweetie? Where is your ring at? Oh, you know what? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter now, because we can now start to heal from this and move on. So you know what? If I can't find it, I'll just buy you another one and put it on you. And if you ever take it off again, I'm going to weld it to your fucking finger. I gotta go. Bye. And he leaves. And she sat there traumatized the entire time. And I'm sure she's 100% traumatized the entire time. Well, yeah, no, I found that so fucked up. I found that so fucked up that he did that to his wife without even confronting her about the damn phone. Like, straight up. He should have confronted her. I still, like I said, that's why I still think that scene, if they would have added just that one little scene right there, it would have really, really, been a great progression. But it still sucks that she got her teeth ripped out and he tortured her because, jackass. He's a jackass. And after he leaves, though, he sees his daughter there. She's got some papers for him. She's like, Dad, I've been talking to these specialists, and they think they can help Mom. They specialize in chemical burns, so they'll be able to help her. And, I really need you to call these people. And he's like, why are you worried about this? We're taking care of Mom, and she's getting better. But they're specialists, Dad, and this is not okay. You're not okay. You smell weird. And you've been acting weird, and this is not okay, and I don't like this. I need to make sure Mom's okay. It's about Mom. And he snaps at her. He snaps at her and basically tells her that if she was anybody else but his daughter, there would be severe consequences for the way she's talking to him. And that because she is his daughter does not give her the right to talk to him that way. And that she needs to shut the fuck up. She needs to mind her own business. She needs to not worry about grown-up things. And that, oh my God, like it's so sad. The way he rails into her and how defeated she looks. But that determination you see in her eyes, though, as soon as he leaves, is beautiful. Because he shuts her down, and he yells at her, and he don't give a shit about what's going on. And he's like, we'll talk more about this and about your attitude when I get back. And he leaves, and she sits there. She looks around, and she gets worried about her mom. So she goes to the door, she knocks on the door, she's like, Mom, she can't get in. We'll come back to that. We then cut to Augie and Roderick's talk, and he keeps hearing something from the basement. He keeps hearing something in the basement, and he's like, are you sure that's Madeline? And as soon as that happens, another text happens, and Augie can't even with this shit. He just looks and he just, you know what? I'm done. You're being weird. You're telling me things I don't already know, man. Like, I'm turning this off and I'm walking away. And he's like, don't do that. Don't do that. And he's just like, why? And he's like, you have me on confession, on murder, on all 78 accounts. Like, you will have me on everything. Just please sit down and come back and let's finish this conversation. And Augie's just like, no, man, I'm done with this. I'm done. And as he goes to walk away, the clock that's in the living room magically starts chiming. And it scares the shit out of Augie. And Roger looks, he goes, that's Frederick. He's here with us. Kind of finally letting us know that Augie finally sees what Roderick has been seeing all night, the entire conversation. Every time his kid shows up, he is there. Like, he's seen it, and yeah, like I said, Augie never really seen anything up until this point. Like, he's never seen anything. So this, as a confirmation that something weird's happening to make him stop in his track, really is a good payoff. And I like that little bit of scare, because this is a well built up jump scare that's about to come up right here. So after Augie gets distracted by the clock and he's like, "Oh, this is Frederick, it's my son." Yeah, they've been doing this all night. This whole night's been micromanaged by the kids. You know, they want to make sure I'm telling your story right, and that is Frederick right there. He's coming in. You know, so we know all how this is going to happen. You know, I'm going to talk to you. And he's going to appear. He's going to scare me. Like, he gets really meta, basically describing everything we've already seen prior to the situation. What I mean by that, I mean, like, the typical setup we have seen of him talking, son jump scare, he freaks out, snaps at Augie, Augie snaps at him. You know, the same shenanigan we haven't seen throughout this entire show. And he gets really meta with it, describing it. And as soon as he says that, he's like, Freddy's going to show up looking all grotesque to scare the living. And as soon as that is said, Annabelle with young Frederick walks in. And I knew exactly what was about to happen. Because first of all, I knew this was Pit and Pendulum. Okay, first of all, I knew the episode. Second of all, there's only one child left. And I knew someone was going to get killed by a Pit and a Pendulum. At some degree. And I knew it was him. So I knew exactly what was about to happen as soon as I saw this. This kid comes in. He's like, "Freddy, my son." And he picks him up and looks at Annabelle. And it's a beautiful moment. And Augie's even sitting there watching him hold an invisible nothing. And he's just looking at everybody. And he's just like, "Oh, my family." And he looks down at Frederick one more time. And Frederick's on limp in his arms. And then proceeds to split in half, and then just organs and shit collapse out of his system as he's holding his own son. Now again, like I said, I saw that shit coming a mile away. I was just like, oh hell, they're about to do this. We're about to see a child cut in half. And when you know, we saw a child cut in half. But then this transitions us into a nice little flashback back to a thing. Is this a transition, or do we have a yes, okay, yeah. So I want to make sure this was the correct transition. So after we had that spontaneous scare factor, we then cut to the flashback of the actual the hearing they're having, you know, to prove whether or not he has signed these papers or anything. And he's holding Frederick, and of course he's talking to Annabelle like, "I told you, you know, you didn't have to come here. You should take the kids." No, they want to be here because Daddy's going to be a hero, you know? They want to support Daddy. But, you know, it'll be good. Good luck. Be safe. We'll be out here when y'all get done. And Madeline gives him a look like, "You know what to do. Like, you got this, bro. You know what to do." So originally going into this scene, I had no idea what was happening or what was going to happen, because throughout the show, you know something's going up between him and Augie. You know something happened between them, and it had to do with the Fortunato company. Now, my original train of thought was he goes, frats on them, and then when Rufus goes to confront him about it or something, he turns tail, throws everything on Augie, and, you know, gets away with it that way. That's what I originally thought was going to happen, was that some kind of falling out was going to happen, and eventually it was all going to be on Augie's head. And I was kind of right. I just didn't see it play out this way. So we're in the little hearing office, and they're like, "All right, Mr. Usher, you know, you work at Fortunato, blah, blah, blah. Do you remember signing these papers? Or do you recognize these papers?" Yes, I do recognize these papers. These are consent forms, blah, blah, blah. And is that your name at the bottom of these papers? Yes, it is. That is my name. And did you sign your name? Yeah, they're looking at each other like, yes, this is it. This is this question. And he looks at him, looks at Augie, and goes, yeah, no, I signed those papers. And Augie's like, what the fuck? And I'm like, what the fuck? And everybody else but the people in Fortunato's side are like, what the fuck? And he's like, are you sure you signed these papers? Yeah, I signed these. Yeah, I'm sure I signed these. Wait a minute, if you signed these, then why are you here? Why are you here? Because Mr. Dupain over here told me that, he's looking into our company, and I've already told him this stuff in privately, but I thought if I came here and publicly and actively said this, maybe he'll stop harassing me and my family. Threw Augie underneath the bus and then some, lied on the man as well, and basically turned tables on him. Of course, because of this, they dismissed the whole thing. Roderick's arrested for forgery. Augie's fired at this point, but he's upset. Madeline's just telling Annabelle to calm down. She's just like, it's okay, it's gonna be all right. Just we'll talk when we get to the house. It'll be all right. It'll be fine. And we see Madeline go to somebody, shake their hand, and go, "Can I talk to you for a minute?" They had a plan. So after that, we then come back to the house with Annabelle and her talking about what the hell's going on. And because she's confronting her about it, and Madeline just kind of rails into her. Like, seriously, Madeline does not hold punches back on this one. Madeline's just like, because basically Annabelle's just like, he was supposed to be a hero. He's supposed to be doing the right thing. He is a hero, Annabelle. He is a hero, okay? He is a hero right now. And hang on. He is a hero. Nothing can stick. You would have been unemployed and homeless if it wasn't for him being this hero, okay? If he wasn't this hero, now you are flush with riches, and you be being offering promotions, and you be in a new house by Christmas, okay? Like, he is the hero. And Annabelle cannot believe this. Like, she's taking all this in as Madeline's just railing into her about how Roderick did the right thing, about turning against Augie, about taking Rufus's side, but they're not done with Rufus. There's a lot more going on with this. And that she's so naive. And she looks at Annabelle, who's just sitting there just mind blown. Her mind is fucking blown. She can't believe Roderick, her husband, the love of her life, could do this. And Madeline looks at her and is just like, huh. I thought this was an act. I thought you just played housewife. I thought you just just played the housewife. She sat down, opened your legs. I thought good for her. She found her angle and she's sticking to it. But this isn't an act. Wow. I thought you were only in the movies. And she puts her cigarette out in the kid's food bowl, which is fucked up, Madeline, by the way, BTW. She goes to walk out, and Annabelle looks at her and just mumbles the word, "You are so small, Madeline. You are so small." And there's an awkward pause between that. And you hear the baby start crying, and Madeline just looks at her and goes, "Huh, your baby's crying," and then just slams the door shut. Now remember those words, "you are so small." You wouldn't think from Madeline's reaction that would affect her, but it does. That phrase fucks with her, because she's got to say that exact same phrase back at Rufus. That's how badly those words have fucked with her, but she doesn't let that show. She doesn't let that show at all. But after that flashback, we're now with Madeline, and she's inside of her car. She's taking off her wig, and you're seeing how she's actually aging, because for a while in the show, it looked like she didn't really age. She looked younger than Roderick, actually. But it was just all for show. She's taking off her wig, though, because she's going inside of her family home to confront Verna. So she gets inside the house, and she looks around, she sees the chairs and the fireplace and all that, and the door closes behind her, and Verna's just sitting there, and she's just like, take a seat. I mean, these were set up for the boys, but I'm sure they won't mind. And Madeline, walks over to her. And, oh shit, excusez-moi. And she hears, but here's the thing. She also hears the bells, the little jingle bells from behind the wall. She hears those bells too. So when she hears that, and Verna makes the foreshadowing about Augie and Roderick's conversation, and she tells her to take a seat, she's like, Roderick's been here a while. He comes here periodically. He's been dropping some boxes off. He'll sit here, unpack, have some drinks. He'll cry. It's kind of sad to see the way he's turning out to be. Verna's being cold, by the way. She's being cold. She's being quite cold. But Madeline, I love this reaction from her because, again, she was the one that was very adamant that Verna, whoever the hell Verna was very, very real. She was very adamant. And I think it confused the hell out of her when she grabbed Verna that first time. And she became soot, basically. And she didn't know what to do. So she doesn't know, if she was a real person, she's fake, she's a figment of her imagination, is she a demon, is she an angel? She don't know this shit. But she's looking at her as she's sitting down. She's like, you're real. You're actually real. Like, she is generally shocked to see Verna sitting there. So as she sits down, she's just like, I'm here to renegotiate. Renegotiate? You renegotiate the terms? I'm sorry, the ink strides. You can't do that. And actually, I forgot to say this. I'm looking at the line now. Before she demands that the contract be renegotiated, she actually asked. She's like, I'm here to ask if you would do this. Oh, you're asking? No, wait, I'm telling you. And she's like, there it is. There's my Cleopatra right there. It was almost like for a second she didn't recognize the woman, because she was asking. And that's strange coming from Madeline, by the way, because Madeline, she don't ask. Madeline demands. So it is a little weird to see Madeline kind of ask, hey, from one woman to another, let's renegotiate. What's kind of funny about that is we can sort this out woman to woman. Verna replies with, I'm no woman. I love that line. I'm no woman. That is one of the only acceptable times I am willing to take the term, I am no woman. There's only one other time I am willing to accept that line coming from a woman. And what I mean by that is, I've seen so many movies and TV shows where, the woman's in disguise or something, and, the guy makes a comment, just makes some kind of sexist comment, some kind of misogynistic comment or something, and, she makes that joke, I'm no woman, But it gets so overplayed and so overdone that, when you hear that term, especially the term, I am no man. And again, it's not a bad line. It's not a bad line, guys. Like, straight up, the I am no man is not a bad line. Especially with Verna saying, I am no woman. That's not a bad line. It just gets so overplayed and so overdone. But coming from Verna, it sounds great. And it fits great. It feels great. That's not a stupid line when she says it. Now, the only other time the line, I am no woman, is acceptable is actually the line, I am no man, and it's from Lord of the Rings. That scene, and if you don't know what I'm talking about, Google Lord of the Rings, I am no man. It's when the king of the ring race dies. No man can kill me. I'm no man. And it stabs him in the fucking face. Love that. I love that scene. That's the only other time that line, I am no man, is appropriate. Any other time, it's overused, overplayed, overdone. I don't like it. This time, though, in Lord of the Rings, only acceptable time. But I digress. The point is, she says, I am not a woman. And of course, Madeline, she can't handle this. She's like, do you know who I am? Do you know who I am? Do you know what I can do? Do you know what I am capable of? And Verna replies back, you are a collection of impeccable, elaborate masks in orbit of a stunted heart. And Madeline replies back with a broken neck snap. Yeah, I'm not joking. As soon as she says the line, over around a stunted heart, Madeline pops up and just breaks Verna's neck. It just kills her. And she stands there, and then Verna disappears and then reappears. And then out of nowhere, you just hear Verna go, that was cruel, and I do apologize for that. Like, even she knew what she said crossed the line. But she tells her to take a seat. And of course, Madeline's like, I am sorry. I am so sorry. She's like, I know who you are, Madeline. I know who you are. I see who you are, who you would have been, and who you used to be. I see them side by side by side. And it just breaks my heart. It just breaks my heart. And I like that. And I, like, think about that. This being, whatever Verna is, has the ability to see what you could have been and what you are. And the fact that she knows that Madeline and Roderick would have been completely different growing up. If they didn't make these deals with Verna, they would have been completely different. Again, she says it. He would have been a poet. Who knows what the hell Madeline would have been? Probably some kind of head CEO of a fashion company or something. She could have been the Devil Wears Prada. She could have been Meryl Streep. But the fact that Verna says, it breaks my heart that she sees all three of them lined up, it shows you she has some kind of compassion. And I don't know if it's necessarily for Madeline herself, because she does say Madeline is one of her favorites. But does she treat a lot of her other patriarchs or, customers like this? Does she actually care this much? Or is Madeline just a special case? But after that, we didn't have a little cut back to Lenore breaking into her mother's room to save her life and seeing the trauma and damage that her dad's put her through. He then cut to Juno, who is now trying to have a talk with Roderick about getting off the pills. And Roderick iterates again that it's going to be 3 agonizing, long-ass years. These are the side effects. You're going to deal with nausea, upset stomach. You're going to have diarrhea, constipation, thoughts of suicide. You're not going to be able to sleep very well. And she's like, what have you done to me? Absolutely nothing. You are a monster. And he looks at her and goes, no. I'm Victor Frankenstein. You're the monster. You just absorb Lithogome all the way up. You absorb it. I am the water. You are the flower. You absorb the Ligodome so much that all I had to do was just flip a switch and you were alive. You were the best creation, the best thing I ever had. And of course I had to marry you because you were the best thing I could show off. Basically proving my point I said earlier in the last podcast about this, that he clearly does not love Juno. He never loved Juno. He never cared for Juno. She's just a product placement for him. He's just like, this is what my pill can do. Look at this wonderful woman. She's standing, she's alive, she's talking, she's great. I'll wrap it up, call it a day. And of course, she's flabbergasted. She's blown away that Roger could be this cruel, this hurtful. I don't know why I started trying to say heartful. At the same time, it's hurtful. Like, God. But she's so hurt by this that she's like, you know what? I have rather take 3 agonizing long years of this than another lifetime with you. And she walks out being her own strong, independent woman. Now, I like this moment with Juno because we finally get to see her kind of get away from Roderick. Get away from his spell that he's done cast over her. As soon as she told him how he really felt, kind of the way Tamara Lynn did to Bill, She walked away. And unlike Tamerlan, who gave a fuck that Bill was leaving, Roger don't care. He's just like, alright, cool. Do you, boo-boo, do you. But we cut back to Madeline and Verna talking. And she's like, we share some things in common. You, me, and your brother. We share pain. I'm a witness to it. You are in pain. You're exhausted. You're frightened. And for once, I can't take that away from you. Kind of letting you know that Madeline's always had Verna in a way to take over her emotions to a degree. Not like take over her body or anything like that, but you can see that Verna's been here a lot, protecting this family for a lot of heartache and shit. And finally, because the contract's almost up, she ain't doing it anymore, so Madeline's tired. Madeline is exhausted. But she tells her that tonight, she's offering her clarity. Back then, she was offering her resolution. Tonight is clarity. She tells her that your brother would have been a poet. A broke but happy poet. And then she starts citing the poem, The City by the Sea. Now, what's interesting about this poem, and the reason why she's saying it as clarity to Madeline, is that the whole point of the poem was about a city full of sinners who were drowned by the sea. And think about that when it comes to the Usher family. We're watching this ship sink hard and fast. But as she's going through the poem and she's reciting it, we had this beautiful violin orchestra music going on in the background. We got Roderick staring at the wall. We got Freddie at the building. We got the cops showing up to help Lenore and her mother out. And after the ending of Verna's poem about the city by the sea, after Verna finishes the poem City by the Sea, Madeline looks at her and goes, I thought you were offering clarity. And Verna just looks at her and goes, let that seep in, and then I think you'll understand. And then she just disappears. We then cut to Freddie, who is at the damn building. He's getting ready to destroy it. And he's like, before we get everything going, let me go inside. I gotta take care of something. Give me 5 minutes. And as he's going in, he's going to look for the damn ring. But he doesn't look very far. He just goes, well, shit. Well, Prospero, my brother. And he whips his dick out and proceeds to take a piss on the ground. Don't ask me why he would go in there to go look for his ring just for him to go take a piss on his brother's grave. I don't think he really cared all that much about the ring. I think it was just the initial excuse to get in, but as soon as he saw the building and remembered his brother died in there and that his wife nearly died and that his brother might have had the affair with his wife, air quotes around that, fuck his brother, so let's go take a piss on his grave. But before he took a piss, though, I forgot to make a mention of this, he took a bump. And as he's letting that bump settle into his nose, he freezes, dead in his tracks. Why? He's mid-piss, by the way, mid-piss. He then collapses to the ground, paralyzed. He hears footsteps approach, and it's a Verna. She's just like, I usually don't get involved like this, but I'm making a special case for you. You find out that moment where Frederick was on the phone and was about to say, we're going to tear this building down or else I'm going to come down and pull your teeth out with a pair of pliers. That moment he froze, Verna was behind him telling him to put more nightshade into his cocaine. Even though he's not supposed to put cocaine and nightshade together. He's putting nightshade in there. So, the entire time that's happening as well, his wife witnesses this and saw this whole thing. I'm sure she's regretting this decision because she's like, isn't that the same woman who told me to leave back at the party? I should have listened to her. But he's paralyzed on the ground and she's just like, yeah, no, I I could have done this any way I wanted. I really could have. But yeah, no, you had to bring the pliers out. You had to bring the pliers. You had to bring her home. You had to bring the pliers out. And she grabs the radio and she mimics his voice and pretends to be him. But here, I forgot to make a mention about this joke, but I thought this was funny. So before she starts berating him of why he's in the situation, when she walks up to him, she's like, "Do you want to put that away?" "No, you're just gonna let that hang out, just let that fly." Okay. Talking about his penis, how he's got out because he was taking a piss. Well, this is embarrassing, I would say. But she mimics his voice, though, because she hated the pliers, and she hated what he did to his wife. Like, she thought that was just cruel, unnecessary, and pointless, because she already suffered her own fate from the whole party incident. She didn't need to suffer anymore. So, Vernon took it personally and drugged him with the nightshade so he could slowly and painfully die. And that's kind of funny because he made the same comment to his wife before he pulled her teeth out, saying that, this whole thing is almost painful, slowly and painful. That's exactly what's happening here. He's having a slow and painful death. But after pretending to be him and getting the wrecking ball going, it starts slowly crashing on the side of the building. She's like, this is exciting. No one ever gets to see it from this side of the building, huh? Yeah, no, I love Vernon in this scene. She's just so chilled and relaxed. It's like she's taking so much pride and joy into killing this motherfucker. She really is. But she's like, would have been sad. You know what's sad? You would have been a dentist. And a pretty damn good one, too. But it's just funny because of what you did tonight. Don't worry, though. I'm here, and it's all going to be taken care of, and it's going to be fine. And she lays next to him. She makes him look up to stare at the wrecking ball. Because the only thing that's able to move on him is his eyes, by the way. He can't move anything else, just his eyes. So it kind of calls back to the clock. He's got to watch the pendulum. Well, yeah, I know what you're thinking. Amanda, where's this pendulum at? You're talking about the wrecking ball. So here's what happens. When the wrecking ball comes in and starts fucking up the building, Vernon looks up and goes, "Well, that's not good." And parts of the roof start breaking apart and then catches, I guess, a wire or some kind of cable or something. But basically makes a makeshift pendulum. And it starts swinging as the wrecking ball is breaking the rest of the building up. So he's slowly watching this makeshift pendulum, come down closer and closer and closer as the roof is caving in. And she's just like, "I could have done this any way I wanted. I could have let you have a heart attack behind the wheel of your car," which, all that coke you were doing really would have explained that. A gentle heart attack in your sleep could have made you get hit by a bus, but no, you had to bring your wife involved. You had to get the pliers. You had to bring her home. "Well, I'm gonna go. I got a meeting with your father." And she goes to get up, and as she's about to leave, she looks at Freddie and goes, "I know you just wanted to be loved. I know your father failed you. I know you wanted him to be proud of you. But that is no excuse." And she leaves. She leaves for him to slowly watch. And we get to sit there as this nice blue light shining through the windows, putting this blue saturation all over the room. We see him slowly watch as this pendulum comes down and then cuts him in half. And he dies. I thought that was the greatest death ever, and fits the theme of the story, because the whole point of the man in the pit, he's dealing with his own despair and understanding that he's going to die. He's got to accept the fact that he's dying, and there's nothing he could do about it. But that's one aspect of the story, because there's a lot more meaningful details about persevering and moving past this and conquering everything. And that's where Lenore's side story comes in at. But after that, after poor Frederick gets cut in half, or I should say douchebag Frederick, not poor Frederick, we go to Madeline, who now goes to Roderick to tell him that Freddy is gone, and Roderick is now back at the wall, and he's still staring at the wall, and it's just them left. She makes that point. It's just you and me left. There's no more. So you know what you gotta do. Into the world, out to the world together. That was the deal. So you know what you gotta do. You gotta be the hero. She gives him some pills. It's the Ligodone pills. And she's just like, be a hero. Here's a drink, here's your pills. You gotta do it. And as she is literally basically making him eat these pills, and he's drinking it too, she keeps saying that you're a legend, a king, you're saving us all. You're a legend, a king, and saving us all. Saving who, Madeline? Saving who? What, you? You and Lenore? Is that it? Because Arthur ain't part of this fucking deal. Juno ain't part of this deal. It's just you and Lenore left. Who is he saving? Madeline literally just is trying to be underhanded about all this, and basically is making Roderick kill himself so she doesn't have to deal with anything. She thinks if Roderick kills himself, she don't have to worry about anything. Like, the deal's done. Even though she just said, into the world together, out of the world together. That was the deal. But she thinks she could loophole this. She really thinks she could loophole this. So, after convincing him to eat all these pills, he dies, quote unquote, and she makes it look like a suicide. And as she goes to stand up and walk away, she hears the bells jingle behind the wall. She looks over, kind of brushes it off, because whatever, and walks off. And then Berna shows up, puts her hands on Roderick's face, making him puke up all the pills, and she's standing above him. Like, hello again, handsome. Did you really think it was going to be that easy? And then we end the episode there. Now, I love the Pendulum, not only because we finally get to see Frederick get his comeuppings. Like, fuck Frederick and what he did to his wife. I'm with Berna. I'm 100% with Berna about all this. Like, screw Frederick and what he did. It was not cool. It was not alright. It was not okay. So, I think it was well deserved that he got the Pendulum death. But I also like the themings that they had from the Pendulum that were in this episode. You see a lot with Lenore just basically going against her father's wishes to help her mother out. And this basically sets up the rest of the show. It sets up the rest of the show, what's going to happen even after the show ends. It all sets everything up. But now let's get to the final episode, and then we'll talk about our final conclusions of The Fall of the House of Ushers. But let's wrap this up with the last episode, The Raven. Let me rephrase this. We start with him waking up from Berna's, waking him up from his suicide. And she's just like, 84,000 just in the U.S. Now, it's really hard to really tell, to be honest, but 84,000 people have died because of your pills. 941,000 since 1985. And that's just a guess. And Roderick, again, this man just killed himself, right? He just got brought back to life, and now he's being chastised by this woman he didn't believe was real, and he's seen her in nothing but pictures. So it wasn't until this very moment, and since 1979, that he's seen Berna. So he looks up at her, and he's just like, it's really you. It's really you. Like, he is shocked as hell to see her. And she looks at him and is like, you can't change what is already locked in. I tried to tell that to your sister, but she thought she could loophole this. She leans on the wall, and as she's leaning up on the wall, she's going on about, the ink is dry. Can you hear the last bell has tolled, has finally come? And as she's going through this monologue, the bell keeps jingling louder, and it's like the wall is basically almost about to break, and she just disappears after she gets done saying her little monologue. And Roderick sits there in silence for a second, stands up, goes to walk away. He hears the jingle, but there's a little bit of a difference with this jingle now. Usually when the jingle happens, it sounds very echoey, like it's inside the wall. This time when it jingles, it sounds like it's right behind him. So he looks behind him, and there's the fucking jester standing there, which got me and Eric, by the way. The first time it got me, and it got Eric that first time. Like, oh my God. I heard that, I was like, no. Oh my God. Like, I did not see that coming. After that, we then cut to Arthur talking to Lenore about how he ripped up her statements to the police, that he's going to tell her what to say, and that it needs to be said right to keep the eye of the company, you know, in good graces. You know, we don't need to make your dad look bad. And Lenore's like, fuck you. Fuck you. My dad was crazy. He was on drugs. He tortured my mother. He got himself killed. That's the truth. That's what I'm going to say. And if you don't like it, well, tough titties. And Arthur's like, well, I'm going to talk to your mom about this. She's like, oh, no. You're going to stay away from my mother. You're going to stay far away from my mother. I don't need you I don't need you or the rest of the family coming out here with another pair of pliers. She gets up and goes to tell the police the actual truth again. Then we cut to Roderick being told this by Arthur, and he's like, I am proud of her. I really am. I'm like super proud of her. Like he truly is. And as they're having this conversation, Madeline then walks in and sees Roderick standing there, and he looks at her, and the only thing he can muster is awkward. Just awkward. And they don't really have much time to talk about this. But she ends up telling Roderick the whole thing, that you know, he's out of the position. Madeline's taken over the company. You know, no more Roderick. And you could tell this hit him hard. The betrayal of his sister hit him hard. But we cut back to Augie and Roderick's conversation. And he's just like, you know, when I heard you lost your company, I was just like, it's just not enough. You lost your company, you lost your kids. It's just not enough. What else do you want, Augie? What else do you want? They asked me. And I said, justice. I want justice for what he's done. And Roderick looks at him and is just like, you know what? I hope you do get to see it. Actually, I'm sure you'll get to see it. And then another text happens, and of course he looks at it and he puts it down, and he's like, you know, you speak so highly of your granddaughter, but yet you don't talk to her. You know, what's up with that? And he's just like, oh, I'm like Tamerlane. I don't express a lot of emotions outward. And then he proceeds to tell Augie about how he kind of destroyed the kids emotionally. Like, he's like, I bought the kids out. When me and I was about to say Amberlynn again, Annabelle, when we left the court, when she left, she took the kids, and I just had to wait till they were old enough, and then I bought them out. I bought them everything, and I destroyed what was good inside of them. I took out their mother. Whatever was left of their mother was destroyed when I was done with them. There was nothing left. There's no compassion. There's nothing left of her. And as he's going on about how the money and how basically the money and the greed destroyed the emotion of his children, we then cut to the funeral of the kids, and you see Annabelle there. You see her there. Now, I was a bit confused at first because the way a lot of the conversations about Annabelle were brought out, it sounded like she died. You know, it sounded like 100% she died. And I think he even made the mention that she died. And when he retold Augie that he saw Annabelle at the funeral, he's like, how's that possible? We cut to this, and we see that she was there. And she walked up to Roderick, and not even saying a word to him or to her, she just goes, "He had money." What? When people ask me how you took the kids away, all I said was he was rich. And that got me. I'm not gonna lie. That first time watching that, when she walked up to him, didn't even say a word to her, when he couldn't even muster a "I'm sorry," even though we know the truth is that this is a ghost she's talking to. And that I didn't see coming either, because I was just like, so is she alive? Have I just misread this? And she's standing in front of him, and then when she gets done with the conversation, of course, she leaves, we see the hole in the back of her head, which means she killed herself, which is so fucking sad, but we'll get there when we get there. But when she first walks up to him, and that's literally her first words to him, "You were rich." The fact that he was able to take her kids away because he had money, and you can hear it in her voice. You can hear it when she says that first line, "You were rich," and then her having to repeat herself. You can feel it in her voice. Her, like, again, wonderful actress. You can feel the sadness, desperation in her voice though when she says that. And she explains that, you starved the kids. You gave them so much, but you starved them. You starved them so they would need you and come crawling to you. I thought you were the richest man in the world, but now I look at you and you're not. You're nothing. And she goes to walk away, and as she walks away, you see the hole in the back of her head, like I said. And it lets you know that she killed herself. He was so rich that when he bought the kids out, I'm assuming the kids after a while just never want to come see her. Like, she had custody, yeah, but after he was able to buy the kids out and buy them whatever they wanted, give them whatever they wanted, whatever they needed, they never came back. They never came around, and whatever, because she even says every time they came back, less and less of them were there. Less and less. So she literally watched her kids slowly, basically die in her eyes. Because this next line she says, "Maybe this was kindness in disguise. Maybe they died in their childhood." She watched her children die from this greed. And she lost who her children were. And again, I'm sure Freddie would have been an amazing, great dentist with a beautiful wife, and probably would have had Lenore too. Probably with somebody else, probably would look different, but it would have been the same Lenore. It would have been the same. Roger, he would have been a great poet, a broke poet, but great. And who the hell knows what Tamerlane would have been doing? She probably could have done so much in life, but the greed destroyed them. And sadly, greed doesn't just destroy one person. Greed destroys families, destroys generations, and that's what this is showing us. Because he bought his kids, she couldn't live with herself anymore because her kids were no longer her kids. She killed herself. And that's sad. I'm choking up just thinking about it, to be honest. But that's sad. The fact that he destroyed these kids, he basically destroyed her. He destroyed her. And that is super sad as you think about it. And Roderick, he is a monster. He is a monster. He's a horrible person. And I hope it was worth it. Well, okay, let me phrase that. I know it was worth it to him. I know it was worth it because it's something he said at the end of the episode. And we'll get there when we get there. But it's sad. It's sad to see her story end like this. Because, again, we don't see her again. She's not really brought up again. But it's sad that he destroyed her kids to the point that she destroyed herself. Don't ever let greed do that to you, by the way. We're not talking about the show anymore, guys. I'm speaking to y'all from one person to another. Don't ever let greed destroy you and your family. Never let greed. I've seen it. I've seen it in my own family, how greed can destroy people. That's why I do not talk to a lot of my family members anymore, because greed destroyed them. And they became people I do not wish to associate my life with. And of course, some other things happened that I do not wish to discuss about my family. But greed was a big factor of why my family never got along. And so it is sad to see that it destroyed her. But after that, we have this moment where she walks into the coffins and she puts her hands on both her kids' coffin. You know, fuck the other one. You know, fuck Victorine. You know, no one cares about Victorine. But Tamerlane and Freddie, she's there for them, and you see she's upset, and she's actually in a funeral attire and everything, which is even sadder. As a ghost, she showed up to her own kids' funerals as a ghost. But we also cut during that conversation of her talking about because he was rich. We see what happened after the trial when he gets bailed out. Because like Madeline said, he wasn't going to stay in jail long. They're going to bail him out. He is now like Fortunato's fortunate son right now. He is the hero. So he gets bailed out, and she's like, how could you do this to Augie? How can you do this? And he's just like, it's not over. It's not, I'm about to say Madeline. It's not over, Annabelle. It's not over. And of course, she looks at him, and she's just like, I don't know who you are anymore. Like, this person I thought you were, this person I dreamed you were, was just made up. I made him up. And that's sad. That was the fight. That's why he had no problem kissing another woman during the New Year's Eve party. Because at this moment, she divorced him right then and there when she said, I made you up. You're not the person who I thought you were. That was her saying, I'm done with you. Like, you're not the person who I thought you were. And it's so sad to see that that's how their life went. That's how their life ended up. And it's just not fair. It's not fair. But greed, man. Greed does crazy things. We didn't catch up with the continuation of what happened at the beginning of the first episode of Roderick coming out of the funeral home, seeing the jester in the car, collapsing, standing underneath the crow, going, it's time, all that shenanigans. We're slowly catching up to the conversation with Roderick and Augie. But we come back to them, and he's just like, all right, Roderick, you done confessed to everything. You done said everything you can. Now tell me, what exactly happened back in 1979? He wants him to finally confess the story. What happened? What was the deal? What exactly happened back on New Year's Eve of 1979? And Roger stands up and looks at the drink, and he's like, I can't tempt you with this? He's like, yeah, I'm sure, man, I'm sure. I wish I would have said that. We cut to New Year's Eve, 1979. Flashback. Woo. We're at the company party. It's a masquerade event. And this is when I kind of knew what was about to happen because the outfit. Rufus shows up, already cheering Roderick's name. Woo, Roderick! Yes, Roderick! He's the best, the hero, the champion! You know, he's doing all this shit, kind of hyping him up. And he's wearing the jester costume. Can you put two and two together? Because I sure as hell did. And I was just like, well, this ain't going to be good for this man. That's all I was going to say. Yeah, it's not going to be good for him. But they end up talking about how he planned all this. He already told the CEOs and all that, you know, Roderick was his man. You know, they planned all this. You know, it was all good to go. You know, I can't believe this happened. Yeah, you're my right-hand man. You got the office next to mine, high-fiving each other. You know, Rufus is on top of the world. And man's like, let's really celebrate, and brings out a beautiful bottle of Chardonnay. And he's like, yeah, sure, let's drink toast, yeah, success and all that, blah, blah, blah. And He drinks it. They don't, though. They just like, yes, I'm going to let it breathe. And Roderick's just like, I'm going to go hit the hay. Like, I'm going to go, but don't mind me, and pouring this wine out. Or whatever the hell. I think it was sherry. But the point is, as he walks away, he sees Madeline start flirting with Rufus, and she takes Rufus down to a particular area that looks oddly familiar to everybody. And it's the wall where Roderick keeps hanging out at. But because it's still under construction, it's not the complete wall yet. But as they're down there, he thinks Madeline's making moves on him. So he's just like, yeah, finally, you want to sleep with me. Yeah, this is great. He's all into this. And she's just buying time because he's drugged. It's rather obvious he's drugged at this point. But he's sitting there, and she's like, yeah, why don't you come get me, you big stud of a man, you. And as he's getting up to come get her, he's just like, I can't walk. And then just falls to the floor. He wakes up, chained up to the wall, inside of a wall, as Madeline and Roderick are pricking him in. And he starts freaking out. What do we do? What are you doing? What are you doing? And Madeline's just like, I thought we would be to get to see all the stages of grief here, not just 20 minutes down the road. Why are you doing this? What is this? And Roderick, he ain't really saying much. He's just keeping the status quo and shit. Madeline's the one doing all the talking here, but Rufus, he's freaking out. And after freaking out for a second, he's like, okay, y'all got me. Haha, this is a joke, right? This can't be real, right? Like, y'all are fucking with me. And they're just like, no, I mean, you set us up pretty well. Like, you, sir. First of all, you have missing bodies. Yeah, that doesn't look good for the investigation. Of course, we stopped the initial investigation now, but what happens when they start digging up some more stuff? Who else are they going to blame? And, well, it ain't going to be anybody else. They can't trust the old board members because of you. So we're out with the old, in with the new. Who do we got? Somebody you said that is cut above the rest. Someone you said was the best of the best. Someone you said was the creme de la creme of them all. My brother. Poor Rufus. It's taking him a minute to piece things together, but he's mainly freaking out about this point because he doesn't want to get walled up alive. I don't think anybody wants to be walled up alive. But he's, freaking out and realizing he's kind of screwed. He's basically screwed. He's 100% screwed. There's nothing they can do, and even Madeline tells him, she's just like, everyone's going to be gone all weekend long, so happy fucking New Year to you. And he's just like, what do you want me to do? What do you want? And she's like, nothing. Do nothing. And they keep just putting the little bricks up. And as he's basically kind of accepting the fact that he's fucked. He's 100% fucked. Madeline's like, oh yeah, I got something else for you. And she grabs his little mask and she puts the mask on him. And you hear the bells jingle when his head starts nodding. And that's the jingles we keep hearing behind the walls. We know for a fact now it's 100% Rufus behind that wall we keep hearing. Well, she tells him that there's only enough light in that candle for an hour. And after that, you'll be in darkness, but it'll be okay. No big deal. As she puts the bricks up, she puts up one special little brick. And this special little brick has a special little phrase on it. Can we all guess what the special little phrase is? You are so small. The same exact words Annabelle said to her, she is now projecting upon Rufus. Those words struck deep inside Madeline. I'm not gonna lie. She can deny it all she wants, but those words struck deep. That is why she wound up doing what she had to do and why she wrote the phrase the way she did. Absolutely, though, no surprising, he quietly kind of accepts the fact that there's nothing he can do. It's game over, man. It's game over. And as they're bricking him up, it gets quiet. It gets all quiet. And they're sitting there like, he didn't make as much noise as I thought he was going to make, right? It's like, seriously, I was expecting more. And I'm surprised he didn't taste that either. Like, he wouldn't know the difference between a Chianti and a good sherry if it bit him in the ass. Do you think anybody would hear him? No. He got enough cyanide inside of him. He'll be dead before the night's over. So what do we do from here? Alright, do we go back upstairs? No, we don't go upstairs. No. We'll make it look clean, okay? We went back. We fucked in the back of his car. He went to go get some blow, and we went to a second venue, the police asked. We need another place that's not as crowded. You know, something we could have our alibi on. Let's go for it. Let's do it. Okay. And they leave. They leave poor Rufus to die of cyanide poisoning in the dark behind a wall that no one ever finds. I wonder, though, in the future, when they dissolve the Fortunato company, if they ever found his body. Because I'm sure Rufus's body is still chained up down there till this day. And unless they destroy that building. Oh, God, that's going to be a tough one to explain to the police, like, I'm not even going to lie. Anyway. After that, we didn't hear another rendition of Another Brick in the Wall, which I absolutely love. Like, I love this rendition of it. Like, it's so dark and haunting. It truly is. I keep trying to find it. I gotta go through the credits and see who does the cover of this, because it's such a good one. Like, I think I found it, but it doesn't feel like Korn. They say it's the version I listened to on YouTube was Korn, but it didn't feel like the version I listened to in the show. So I'm gonna still keep looking at shit. So if I find out who did the cover of it, I will let you guys know. But yeah, after that, we then cut back to the conversation between Madeline, Verna, and Roderick after the ball drop, and they're all hanging out, just chit-chatting about the future and shit. And the conversation gets brought up about what's the threshold? What are you willing to offer if someone was to give you anything you want in the world? Someone's always got a threshold. There's always something they're willing to give up. What do y'all want? What would y'all give up if I gave it to y'all? And they're just like, well, Madeline's more like, I don't have leverage, I don't really have anything to really leverage to, because, that's just the way I am. And Verna kind of smiles and looks at her. And by the way, I like the fact that she used the word leverage, because it comes back to something Arthur says later at the end of this episode. And I think he learned this from Madeline, or she might have learned this from him, but the point is, she doesn't have leverage. She has nothing to give. And he's just like, and Verna's just like, oh, I'm sure y'all do. I mean, y'all a couple of killers, I'm willing to bet. And they're like, oh, stop it. No, y'all really killers. I know y'all killed Rufus. Like, she straight up just tells them, I know y'all killed Rufus. And they're like, what? And what if I say, I can guarantee you get away with it? And they're like, wait, what? What if I can promise you will get it all and get away with it, and you do what you want with the company? What would you do? Like, what? Because that's literally what she offers them. She gives them the deal that she can promise, for a fact, guarantee, that they will get away with killing Rufus, that they will have a solid alibi, that they will inherit the company. She even says, you in some time, not some long time, will become CEO, or she will become the CEO of the company. And y'all run it how y'all want. Y'all could do it as y'all want. She even specifically tells him that. Run it how you want. Which, again, what I keep saying about how I think Verna is just a really bored individual who just wants to see how chaos happens. I don't think she necessarily wanted so many people to die, but she was just curious about how to, I guess, keep balance to the earth. Ooh, actually, think about this. What if Verna's death? Think about it. let's look at her as not as a being of death, but as death itself. Let's go back to y'all know the movie Final Destination, right? Y'all know the premise of that. You know, a group of kids outrun death, and then they all mysteriously start dying one by one in the order of the way they would have died in an actual accident. Right? What if this is something similar to a degree? Like, hear me out. Hear my train of thought real quick. Hear my train of thought. Choo-choo with me on this railroad track. So, Verna makes the deals, right? Verna makes the deals. And because the deals are for this one family, this one thing, it becomes a domino effect. Because she even makes a mention about how Lenore, when she saved her mother, made a domino effect of people saving each other. So in this situation, it's a domino effect of people dying. Okay, so we save Roderick and Madeline from killing somebody. We save them. You know, they get away with it. So they give birth to more children. Or let me rephrase that. Roderick has children, and they're all psychopaths, and they start killing people. And then the company they own start killing people. And then becomes a chain event of people dying because of either knowing the Ushers or knowing the Ligadome, being on Ligadome. And like she said, 84,000, 194,000, millions of people have fucking died from this drug. So it's like almost like a domino effect. So when she wraps up the contract and basically fixes everything, or not even fixes it, but everything goes back to the status quo, you know, not in the favor of the Ushers anymore, and we go back to the status quo, and life goes back to be renewed. You know, kind of a balance, a yin and a yang, you know. And we look at Verna as a being of death, or some kind of form of death. This is her bringing balance to life, okay? I made a deal with Roderick. Well, that was not a very good deal on my part. So many people died. Now I gotta fix it and give life to so many other people. You know, she ain't just here to take life. She's also here to give life as well. You know, that's why I'm saying, you know, look at her as some kind of form of being of death. You know, that's just an idea that literally just popped in my head as we're going through this. Because again, I want to know who the hell Verna is and what she is. Like, again, we have the idea what he said Arthur called her. You know, beings outside of time and space and stuff like that. But I'm just not 100% sure to tell you on this. But she does basically make it clear. She's like, listen, I can guarantee you get away with Rufus' death. You become the CEO of the company, Fortunato. Do what you want with it. You will be in... and you know, you be rich, you be okay, you be safe. Madeline looks at her and goes, that's an offer. That's an offer. And she's like, what if I can sweeten the deal? What if I can guarantee that the fact that you will get away with everything, you will have all the money in the world, all the riches in the world, and you will not be prosecuted for anything illegally y'all have done, and y'all don't even have to pay the tab. It'll be forwarded and paid for in the next generation. So basically saying that when it is time to die, when it's time for Roderick and Madeline, not just Roderick or Madeline, it's an and, when it's time for them to die, the rest of the family, the rest of the bloodline's gotta go. She even emphasizes this. She said, what if I say it won't go on your child? Let the next generation pay the bill. When you die, so does your bloodline. I am a creature of symmetry, so y'all both have to agree. You can live 40, 50 years of gilded life, of beautiful life, or 70 and 80 years of anxiety, turmoil, heartache. Every Usher will be blessed. Every Usher that is born now and every Usher that will be born will be blessed. And in life after, y'all will depart together. So basically making it clear that no matter what Usher is born, either before or after this contract, no matter what, how many generations it is, every single Usher must die. the entire bloodline will go. And I can kind of see what this could be a good thing. And let me finish the scene up, and I will ask y'all the question. But after that, Madeline looks at Roderick and goes, well, I don't have kids, so, this is more Roderick's thing. And Roderick, without even missing a beat, just like, deal. Just deal. And then she looks, she goes, Cleopatra, I need it from you too. And Madeline hesitates, but she agrees. And she's like, good, we agree. So let's drink to this. Back then, we used to write it in blood or spit on it, but now we drink. And she pulls out that fancy bottle we seen Roderick been drinking this entire time. And by the way, it's cognac. It's some kind of cognac. Some cognac named after some French king that was aged 100 years in a barrel. I'm not even going to try to pronounce its name. I've heard its name, and even I was just like, that's a name. That is a name. But the point is, as she's pouring the drink, she said, this is expensive stuff, so you either drink it on the best day of your life or your last night on earth. And of course, as they grab the glasses, they all cheer up. She's like, to the House of Ushers. They all bats down the hatch, and of course the siblings get up, they go to leave. And they're like, do you believe that woman? Man, that was crazy. What a night. And they turn around after leaving the bar and see that the bar is gone. There was no bar. Arthur was right. That building's been vacant since 1975. There was nobody there. Now, I ask y'all this question. If y'all were given the opportunity, what would y'all do? Because for me, it's kind of hard. Let me explain. Let's pretend we're not the Usher family here for half a fucking second here. And this is Verna coming to us as individuals, at least as me as an individual, and going, listen, Amanda, I can guarantee you 40, 50 years of pleasant bliss, but your bloodline will end when you die. And I can guarantee you all the riches and stuff, do what you want with the company. I think to a degree that's kind of a good deal. Let me explain. This world we live in is fucking sick. We live in a shitty fucking world. I'm not going to deny it. We all know what's going on in the world nowadays. The world sucks. Yes, I do want children, but I feel bad that now they got to deal with this shit. Now, I don't have children now, but maybe in the future I would like some. But I'm worried that in the future, what are they going to have to deal with? What are they going to have to fight with? They're going to have to watch me grow old and die, and they're going to have to bury me. Which I hope that's the way it goes. Okay, so help me God, if it happens the other way, I'll just kill myself before that night's over. I'm not even lying about that. But the point is, what kind of life is my children going to have? Especially in the world we live in today. How much violence they're going to have to deal with. How much confusion they're going to have to deal with. And it would be nice to live a life where I am completely oblivious and unaware of the bullshit that's going around this world. And I'm rich. And I can live in my big fancy fucking house with my bowling alley and my kitchen. And hang out with my kids and my family. And spend time with them. I would not be an usher and run that company the way he did. Like, I was straight up. I would be a good person. Like, I'm not gonna sit there and be like, oh, I'm a virtuous person, I would give everything to charity. No, I would still run the company. I would still make money and be a business person. But I would not run it like this. I would actually do good with my pharmaceutical company and actually try to make something that could actually cure problems. I would look at Liquidome and be like, well, we got a lot of problems with Liquidome. Let's get rid of Liquidome and look at something else, huh? How about Advil? Tylenol seems good. I would run it differently, though. And yeah, I feel like, at the end of life, knowing Verna, knowing if I was a good person and my family was good, if I treated everybody good and I didn't let the greed of the money take over, and we all died, I'm sure we all died probably peacefully by carbon dioxide poisoning in our houses watching a movie together. That's honestly what I feel like. But it goes without saying, though, in some degrees, I wouldn't take that deal. Because, again, something Augie says about him being the richest man because he's got his bloodline to go home to. That is a lovely comfort, that you're 70, 80 years in the life, and you have grandchildren, great-grandchildren. You have your husband, your wife, your partner. You know, you got your house. You know, after all the turmoil and the trauma and the heartache, this is what you got, and that should make you happy. That really should make you happy. If this is the life you wanted, and it's something you actually strive for, that should make you happy. So I can get why it's a very hard choice to pick whether or not to actually, take the deal or not. And for me, even I don't even know what I would do. Like, to be straight up, I don't even know what I would do. But after that, we then cut back to Augie and Roderick talking about that night. He's just like, me and Madeline, we just never talked about that night. We just thought we were high. And as life went on, as things grew, as we took over the company, as we started worrying about this and that, she went to the back of my mind, and we never thought about that. You told me Pim was looking for her, right? Yeah? And did he find her? Oh, yeah, he did. And then we cut to another scene that I actually like personally. This is Pim finally meeting Verna. And I was super excited to meet this. It's always Eric. Eric was super excited to see this as well. But as we're not introduced, but as Arthur's walking, not Arthur, but Verna's walking in, Arthur's already in there, so he winds up drugging Verna and basically doing this whole spiel where he's going to kill her, tie her up, and get rid of the body, all that stuff. He's doing his whole hitman shtick. And Verna, after a minute, comes back and goes, "I'm sorry, I couldn't help myself. You had your guy out there for 2 days, and I just had to see. I just had to see." And Arthur looks stunned as hell, by the way. He's just like, I'm sorry. By the way, the amount of people who say "I'm sorry" to Verna as their first words is fucking incredible. But yeah, now his first words to her are, "I'm sorry." She's like, "Oh, I know. You just had to do what you got to do," Because he was just like, it was nothing personal, like, I promise. And, like, he's, like, hesitant as he's sitting down saying that. Like, it was nothing personal. But, they end up, making a little bit of small talk. She's like, "So, let me guess, you would have, had some guy pick me up, cavitate my head, my hands, my arms, throw me here and there. Is that still how y'all do things?" And she eventually makes a mention like, "Oh, you don't remember me, do you? On your exploration, on your travels? I saw you. I witnessed everything. I saw you." And she starts speaking this really good monologue. Like, there's a couple of pieces of dialogue here that I actually like because, again, it's one of those real world monologue moments where she's like, people could be like you, can go explore and change the world, but they'd rather spend their money and their time on reality TV and movies and their rocket ships and Dancing with the Stars and stuff. Think about all the sickness we could cure if we focus our money on that. And without just, you could tell Arthur has been through the ringer of life. And I think that's why he's such, not a cold man, but a calculated man. Because he's seen some stuff. And even he said it, "I've seen so much." And she's like, "Oh yeah, I know. The deserts, the Indonesian woman, the guy with the gunshot in his belly that nobody saw. Oh, no, you saw. But yet you never partaked. We were a virus. People are. I know, and that's why I wanted to go topside. And that is where I saw you. So what happens now?" And Verna kind of smiles at him and goes, "Well, there's these files. Actually, first she's like, well, first, Fortunato is going to be dissolved, and everyone's going to get a pay cut or a pay raise and all this stuff. They're going to get paid out, and basically a lot of people are going to get a slap on the wrist and a blowjob for all the shenanigans after it gets dissolved. Because even Arthur's got his limits. Even he was just like, is this contract with him almost done? Because I got my limits here. And that's what she goes on about the Fortunato being dissolved and everything. And he's just like, so what does that mean? Well, if you can get me these files, or there's these files on you, and they can be disappeared, they can be gone, if you give me something. And he looks at her and he's just like, what do you mean? You know, everyone's got something, a loved one, something they care about, something they want. What do you have that you can give me so I can make sure these files don't ever get found? And he just looks at her and just goes, I have nothing. I never had anything because I thought of those things as leverage. So I have nothing to give you. But that's okay. I think I'm just going to let my hand play out. Basically, straight up just saying, I just gonna see how this is. Like, he admits that he's been alive for 70 years. He's seen it all. He's not, I don't think he's relatively happy about how his life is, but he knows what he's done in life, and he's willing to play the cards that are dealt with to him. Which is kind of sad because Arthur is a smart person and is capable of so much in life, but he befriended Roderick Usher. And I would have loved to have seen how they would have met, like straight up. I would have loved to have seen that flashback of how Arthur and him met. But yeah, he straight up is like, I'm going to play out my hands. And Berner respects that. Berner gets up and thanks him for the lovely conversation and then disappears. Like, I love that. I love that because it shows you that Bernie's still willing to make a deal. But she's not willing to break somebody to make that deal. And it's a fair trade. You know, hey, I can make something happen if you give me something in return. And unfortunately, he had nothing to give. Or technically fortunate enough for him, because I don't think even if Arthur had something to give, he wouldn't have given it up. We then cut to Roderick being put to bed by Lenore. And she's like, I can't believe Juno would just leave you like that. And he's just like, that's okay. She's up to 4 seasons. Probably a rehabilitation program after that. And Lenore kind of looks at him and is just like, Granddad, I think this is good that you don't have the company anymore. I think it's a good thing that you don't have to worry about this anymore. Let some other people worry about it. Let's just forget all the bad stuff we have done. Let's do good. We have time to do good, Grandpa. We have time to do good. Basically, again, trying to be that little positive life, the light in life here. Like, she is trying to do good in life, and she's literally thinking of the positive. Like, her dad's dead. Her mom's in the fucking ICU, but she's over here like, Granddad's gonna be okay. We got each other, and if we could change things around. You know, things will be good. We can fix this. And I think he kind of wanted that. He had some kind of... He never said okay, because I think he knew for a fact what was about to happen next. I didn't. I fucking did. I should have, though, especially after the whole bloodline thing. And even Bernard specifically said, I even said it, it's the whole bloodline. I didn't see this shit coming, though. But after she... says goodbye to her granddad and that she loves him. She goes to her room and getting ready for bed, and guess who's sitting on her bed? Berna. And I started crying. I'm not gonna lie. I started 100% crying because I knew it was about to happen. I knew. And I was just like, but she was so good. She was not an usher. She was clearly adopted. Like, I was trying to come up with every excuse. Because I forget she was an usher because she is just so kind and thoughtful and worrisome about everybody else, does not give a damn about herself. She's literally the opposite of what an usher is. So it's very surprising that she is as kind of hearted as she is, especially with the family she grew up in. But sadly, and even Berna thinks this is sad. She says, she's like, there are aspects of my job I don't like, and this is one of them. This is one of them. Because she's got to do it. She's got to kill her. But she does it peacefully. But before she does it, she tells her to come sit down. And she's just like, I don't like doing this. I really don't. But I want you to know, your mother, she's going to recover. It's going to take years of therapy and skin grafts, but she's going to recover and she's going to do good. And she's going to get a lot of money out of the settlement. And she's going to give a lot of it away, make some charities, but she's going to make a non-profit organization for you in your name, for other people in danger, for domestic violence. And because of that, your mother saves dozens that first year, then hundreds, then millions by year 5, and after that we can't keep count. But all of this happened because of you. Because you saved your mother, because you went against your father and you saved your mother. You saved all these people. And I just wanted you to know that. And she touches her forehead. No pain. Just quiet. She touches her forehead and she just falls asleep basically and dies. And it's so sad because again, she's a child. She's a child. And she's a child who didn't deserve to die. 100% she did not deserve to die. I really wish there was like a loophole somewhere where it's just like, well, technically she's more of a Marie's family than the usher. Like, she has no resemblance to an usher at all. Like, and I'm gonna be honest, like I said, guys, I cried because I didn't want her to die. She was such a lovely character, and the actress who played her was brilliant. She was bloody brilliant. I'm not even gonna lie, bloody brilliant. But yeah, sadly she dies. And it most peaceful death out of all the deaths of the whole show. The most peaceful death, most peaceful. But we cut back to Augie and Roger's conversation, and Augie's like, "That's not possible. How could she be dead? She's texting you. She died earlier tonight, man. Before I showed up. But how? She's texting you." And then he explains. He explains. This is why it also blew my mind. Because remember, she's been texting him throughout this whole show. So the whole show. So we think she's very much alive until this moment. And then, at the plot twist is that fucking AI Madeline was working on, it activated tonight. The AI has been talking to him. And Augie's like, what has it been saying? And he looks at the text, and all it says is, nevermore. Nevermore. Never. Oh my god, my mind was fucking blown when I saw that. I was just like, oh, she's been dead this whole time. Holy hell. Like, I'm not even joking. Roger then proceeds to start quoting the Raven poem some more. And as he's doing this, we see him, of course, cuddling Lenore's body as a storm's brewing outside. And he goes downstairs, and he hears Lenore moving around, and he, of course, he can't deal with a lot of that. And we had this beautiful, we had one of those famous Mike Flanagan circle shots I love, where we, circle around him, and we see the background. And, of course, we see Lenore's ghost there. And he collapses on the floor, holding Lenore's body that's in front of him, and he sees the Raven above him. And after that, he then takes off to go towards his office, because he wants to see his tower before he falls one more time. But he heads in, and he sees his children, all of them, even his grandbaby, all around the table, dead. And he's just like, guess it had to come this way. We all had to come to this, haven't we? We all had to come to this. A world without pain. That was the point. A world without pain. And he starts trying to deny everything. He starts trying to say, it's not my fault the pills happen this way. It's not my fault this is what's going on. It's not my, like, he starts trying to deny, like, just deny. And eventually, Berna appears and goes, oh, don't kid a kidder, sweetheart. Don't kid his kidder. Or as I like to put it, don't bullshit a bullshitter, sweetie. Don't do it. Don't do it. She then continues to talk about his body count that he has, about all the people he's killed because of his ligodome. And she's like, did you come to see your tower one more time? Your real home before you go home and finish this up. Is this what you really wanted, though? Is this what it was? And you just see, as he's looking out the window, just bodies raining down, just flooding the streets. And you see all the deaths he's caused. Not just his family's death behind him, but the people in front of him. Everybody, millions of bodies. All his doing. All his doing. But what's interesting about this scene is the look on his face. It's not of shock. It's not of being upset. It's just looking at the obvious, and he just does not seem to care. It's like Berner's trying to tell him, you murdered all these people, and he does not seem to care. Not at all. And this is slowly rounding out back to the Augie and Roderick talk. We're almost there. We got one more scene left before we finish out the conversation. But then, after the tower scene, where we're coming a full circle, where he's calling Augie to come meet him and stuff, and he drives to the house. He hears something in the basement again, because we're back with Roderick and Augie's conversation, and they hear something in the basement again. He's like, are you sure that is Madeline in that basement? He's like, I think it is. I mean, it has to be. I came right here after I called you. And then he has a little flashback moment like Victorine had with Al. And so we get to see how this plays out after the fact. And this is a plot twist I didn't see coming either. So, Madeline comes in, and she goes down to the basement. She sees Roderick sitting there with all their shenanigans, and he's saying, yep, this is our tomb. This is where we're going to be buried. This is it. You want a drink? Fuck it, why not? And he slides her a drink, pours him one. And she starts having just talking about what's about to happen. He's like, well, she's giving us some time to have this conversation. So, let's make it a good one. We got to finish something, apparently. And she's just like, we said we would change the world. And we did. We changed the world. And she ain't wrong. They did change the world. They changed the world. Not for the better. Not for the better. But she goes on this brilliant monologue, a very realistic monologue, like the one Vernon was saying earlier. But she's on this whole spiel. Hang on, am I close to it yet? Oh, not yet. Okay, one more thing's a dialogue first. So after she says we should change, we wanted to change the world, and we did. She notices all this shit, and he's like, yeah, this is going to be our tomb. It's going to be great. We built a life. It was a privileged life, but we built it, and we built it out of nothing but trauma and broken hearts. We built this. We got this. And Madeline looks at him, and it's just like, well, did you ever believe what she said? Oh, no, I'm sorry. Roger looks at her and goes, did you believe what she said? And she says, I believed enough to get an IUD. You didn't believe enough to even fucking wrap it. And he's just like, hey, that's me. She's like, I know. And that's why I love you. That's why I love you, my brother. Then this is where that realistic monologue speech comes in at. She proceeds to talk about how the world would rather spend money on Viagra than on healthcare. The world would rather spend money on how to make sure my dick is hard more than it is to cure cancer. That they would rather fix Viagra instead of the real shit. We would rather rip into the liberties of women to be baby makers, to make men into cum factories. Why? So they can buy things they can't afford? So they can look at things they don't need or want? So, hang on. Things that they need or want, they beg for it, they plead for it, and we're the problem. We're the problem. They invented us. They beg for us. They stand tall, begging for us. So you know what? Let's stand tall. Let us stand tall. She wants me. She's gonna have to look in my eyes and come get me. She stands up after this epic monologue, this epic speech she just gave about how she's not afraid of death and that death needs to look her in the eyes. She then realizes that something doesn't feel right when she stands up, and she's like, oh, you bastard. She got drugged. She got drugged. And Roger grabs her, and he's just like, oh, it's going to be okay. I should now pass you on like the Cleopatra you are, like the goddess you are. And he proceeds to mummify her. And I don't mean like the full, ritual and all that, but I'm pretty sure he done took her brain out because he got the little poker stick that she bought earlier in the show and was showing off to Lenore about her Egyptian collection. And, he ends up replacing her eyes with the jewels. I'm assuming ripping her brain out of her nose and getting her all dressed up in garbs and stuff. But, after that, yeah, and he says, you are my queen. We then cut to Augie, who is confused as fuck. And he's just like, because he can still hear something in the basement. So he's just like, what the fuck? And Roderick, he proceeds to say, I loved her. I honored her. And Augie's just like, yeah, when you loved and honored her, are you sure she was dead? And Roger looks at him and goes, I don't know. Maybe? I mean, it would make sense. Our mother did the same thing. Just that last little bit of humor before we leave, huh? Just that last bit of, it does make sense. That clarity. That fucking clarity. And then he says, I'm sorry, he says, I'm sorry, it may not have been perfect, Augie, but we did change the world. And then the storm outside that's been brewing all night is finally picking up and getting harder and heavier. And the music is building in tension. You hear something climbing up the basement, which of course is Madeline. But we don't know that until this point. And then you hear Roderick, though, in this, climactic moment, because the house is shaking, the storm's brewing, both of the men are standing up now, and he's just like, here's my confession. Here's my confession. I knew, deep down, I knew that in the witching hour, I knew I would climb to the top on bodies. Take away the pain? That was the biggest lie I ever said. You can't take away pain. There's no way you could take away pain. No such thing as a painkiller. Now imagine if I put that in the bottle. Hell, I still could have sold that. And as soon as he said that, fucking Madeline comes busting on into the house from the basement, looking like shit. Her eyes are all gone. She's got jewels in her eyes. She's missing her tongue. She's screaming on the top of her lungs. And Augie's just like, oh, hell no, I'm done with this shit. And he starts backing up. And Madeline comes up at Roderick as he says the famous last words, nevermore. And she comes around and grabs him by the throat and starts strangling him, basically making a full circle from the beginning to end of the story. It started with their mother killing their father. And it ends with her killing her brother. Boom. But Augie runs the hell out as the house is collapsing and the house is falling. Fall of the House of Ushers. The entire house is collapsing. Making a tomb, basically. And there she stands above the house with her glowing eyes. Verna, all beautiful as the storm's brewing. And Augie is just left confused, but satisfied. Satisfied but confused, as Verna turns into a raven and flies the hell out. We then cut to an overture of Augie talking about how all this played out after the death of Roderick Usher. But before we do that, let me make a statement here. The last words, not the nevermore from Roderick, but the fact that he said, I knew at the witching hour I would be on top of all the bodies. He even makes a statement saying that he would do it all again. Which means he didn't really learn his lesson. In the end, overall, even though you see that he had heart, there were moments you saw throughout the show. He had heart. When he saw Tamerlan, he was like, "Sweetie, please, no, don't do this." When he saw Frederick, of course, he was traumatized by his little boy's body. Some of the other kids just kind of showing up. Victorine, Camille, Perry, all of them. He shows some sense of emotions. And again, we saw like with the Victorine conversation, which again, I'm still not sure if he was being sincere or if he was just practicing a speech so she would work faster. I don't know. It's kind of hard to determine what kind of person Roderick is until the end. Like no matter what, the fact of the matter is, he admitted he knew he fucked up, and that if he was being able to give a chance to do it all over again, he would do it the exact same way. Roderick never changed. Let me phrase that. Roderick changed to be a horrible individual like Madeline. Madeline created the perfect clone of herself through Roderick. And the fact that his last words were nevermore, which means never again. Beautiful. Beautiful. But like I said, Augie's doing an overture. We see that Augie's now retired. The case is dismissed. All the ushers are dead. They got no trial. They got nothing. Juno inherited the company. She dissolved it and then changed it to a non-profit for rehabilitation for drugs, which she actually took her 3 years, got herself clean, so she's doing great. Which, great for her. Pim gets arrested, of course, because the files have been found. He winds up dying in jail, and Verna actually sees him off. Which I like that nod to the fact that he sees her again on his way into the trial. And he doesn't even utter a word into his defense. He says nothing. Which is funny, coming from a cutthroat lawyer like himself, he says nothing. We're now at the Usher's grave site, and Augie's now talking to Roderick's grave. And he's just like, we're trying to clean up the world after you, man. The epidemic is big, but we're going to get it done. We're going to get it clean. Because the opium epidemic, which was pretty big back in the day. Still pretty big now, but not as big. But he's like, yeah, we're trying to clean everything up. And he pulls out the little recorder that he had since the beginning of the show that recorded the entire confession. He's just like, I thought after the night, what to do with this, and I thought you had deserved it. Doesn't matter what you gotta say. Doesn't matter what you confess or what happens or what you did. Doesn't matter. It's all over now. We're cleaning up. We're cleaning up after you, and you're gone. So take this confession with you. Take it to your grave. I'm going to go home now to my family. Because you know what, man? I found out I'm the richest man out of all of us. I'm the richest. Which is true. Augie is the richest. He's the only one to stand on top. Next to Jules and Camilla's sisters and Bill. Granted, I think Bill will probably have some backlash, of course, towards Tamerlan. But after he leaves, Berta appears in her funeral attire, and she gives a memento for everybody at the gravesite. A mask for Perry, the phone for Camille, Pluto's collar for Leo, the heart mesh for Vic, the gold bow for Tammy, the coke for Freddie, the feather for Lenore, the jewels for Madeline, the glass for Roderick. And what's really great about this entire scene as well, and it's something I forgot or to continue, or I made a mention, but it's one of the poems. She's not, I don't know if she's saying the Raven, but she's saying a poem over this as she's giving all the mementos as the overture. The mystery within the mystery. I think it's part of the Raven, I want to say. I'm like 99% sure she's quoting the Raven over here. But again, I could be wrong. I didn't write down the poem that she was saying. But after she says the poem and gives the mementos, she then turns into a raven and then flies towards the camera. And the show's over. That was a masterpiece. I'm not going to lie. That was a real masterpiece to sit down and watch. I was highly, highly, highly impressed with the material of how they handled the material, how Mike did a fantastic job. The scares were great. The story was great. The acting was phenomenal. The lighting, like I said, everything about the show was amazing. It's 9 out of 10 for me. Because again, there's certain things, like I said, that little nitpicks here and there. Nothing life-changing. Nothing that's going to lessen the score so detrimental. But I still got to be honest and say, I don't see it as 100% perfect. Like The Haunting of Hill House, that's 100% perfect to me. That is perfect in every aspect. You have me from beginning to end. Everything fits naturally well in a box. I love it. Boom. Stamp it of approval. This one, 9 out of 10. And I mean like a 9.9 out of 10 because again, that 0.1%, that 0.1 is what really kind of brings, and it doesn't even bring it down that hard. Like, I'm going to be honest. Like, it doesn't ruin the show. It's just for me personally, as someone who watches a lot of TV shows and, you know, writer and stuff, I see this stuff and I feel like, you know, it would naturally progress better if certain things were done differently. But I do like the show. I do like what they've done with it, especially with the Raven. The fact that, you know, the beginning of the episode is called Midnight Drury. Last episode is called The Raven itself. The fact that they use a lot of Poe's poetry. And I like the fact that the show is called The Fall of the House of Ushers. And they took the premise of Mr. Usher talking to Augie about... I can't remember the full context of the story of The Fall of the House of Ushers. But I remember at the end, the house does fall, the sister does come back to life and kill him and stuff like that. But the whole premise is him telling the story of his life to this guy before the house falls and stuff. And I like that they use that overarching narrative as the overarching narrative of the movie itself as well. And I think everything flew very naturally. Like I said, the saturation of colors was great. Just everything was really great about the show. Everything was really great. Like I said, a few nitpicks and shit, but overall, I think this was one of Mike's better work. It's sad that this is... Actually, I don't know. No, I don't think it's sad, because Netflix, according to Mike, Netflix strongman him several times and almost ruined several of his works. So I'm kind of glad that this was his last Netflix outing. As much as I love his Netflix outing, The Haunting of Hill House, Blind Manor, Fall of the House of Usher, I thought these were really good shows. I can't wait to see what he does on Amazon. I'm super excited. Hopefully he's just as good, if not even better, because I like Mike's work. He's a good director, good filmmaker. I like his work, and I think he is a fantastic person when it comes to writing and directing horror movies. He knows how to be different, but also actually scare people and do something that is unique, but also something we're very used to seeing as well, and calling himself out on it as well, especially like the whole thing with the whole Roderick going, oh, we've seen this jump scare before, you know, Frederick's going to come around that corner. That was just clever writing. That's clever, and I love his clever writing. But yes, that was The Fall of the House of Usher. Highly recommend this show, guys. Go watch it on Netflix. It's a blast of a show. It's definitely, if you're a fan of Mike, if you're a fan of horror, if you're a fan of Edgar Allan Poe, definitely watch this show. It's beautiful. It's done very well. It's well crafted, well loved, well built. You can tell Mike really cared for the work and what he was doing, and you can see it through the film. Like, straight up, you can see it through the TV show. But I do believe I had gone and bragged on long enough about these last few episodes of Fall of the House of Ushers. So I think this is probably a good time to go ahead and end this podcast here. I hope everybody who has watched, is watching, will watch. I hope you enjoy. Hope everybody has a fantastic and a wonderful night. And guys, don't forget, if you're watching this video here on YouTube, give this video a like, subscribe, and a comment down below, because you never know what's going to happen here. Trust me, I never know. And if you're watching this on Spotify or Anchor, also give us a like, maybe a comment. I don't know how that shit works on there. I only hang on Spotify on occasions. But go ahead, give us a like, give us a follow. You never know what I'm going to go on and do on this podcast. I can say, though, coming up, I do plan on doing, before the month is over, talking about the Saw movie. We will be starting the Saw year, while we'll be talking about majority of the Saw movies. I don't know if I want to talk about all of them, because again, I'm not a big fan of the Hoffman era per se. So I don't know if I want to just talk about the ones I like and then do like an overarching review of like the best to worst kind of thing. Like, I don't know. I'm gonna figure it out. Give me about a week or so to determine. After because for sure I do want to talk about Saw. At least Saw 1, 2, and 3. I want to talk about those 3 movies, because those 3 and Saw 10. I want to talk about Saw 10. But for the rest of it, I don't know. I'll have to figure it out. But yes, next week for sure, I will be talking about Saw. I think my buddy Bidwell hit me up about something he wants to watch, maybe for the podcast. I don't know. I have to talk to him after I get done recording this. But like I said, that's a story for another day. So until then, my friends, y'all take care, and I'll see y'all next time on the Screen Stream with Saw.